Hello, everyone. I'm glad you joined in with us this afternoon. I appreciate you being on time. Of course, I wouldn't expect anything different of Pathfinders. We are just going to hang out here a few more minutes and make sure that everybody has a chance to join us this afternoon. While we're waiting on everyone to join us, I'm going to invite you to use another device that you have, maybe your phone, or open another tab on your computer and go to polev.com/AudraColtFaw291. And there is a question there that I would like you to answer in preparation for our class today. That website is on the screen. So just go ahead and go to that website. It's one multiple choice question. Select the one that best fits you. And just appreciate you doing that while we're waiting for our class to begin today. For those of you that are going to open a new tab on your computer to answer the question on that link, I'm going to put the link in the chat so you'll be able to just click it directly. Thank you, Jose. You beat me to it. Once again, you can access this from another device like a phone or a tablet, or you can open a new tab on your computer screen and go to this website and answer the question. For those of you that just joined us, welcome to your first class for this afternoon. I'm glad you are here. We're just waiting a few more minutes to make sure that everybody has a chance to join us this afternoon. I'll invite you to go to that website link that's on the screen or in the chat box and answer the question that you see there. Hello, ladies and gentlemen that just joined us. We are going to get started in about 1 minute. So if you just joined us, thank you for being here. We are going to the website link that is on the screen and answering one multiple choice question that you'll see there. That website link is in the chat box. You can click it directly. You can open a new tab on your computer and do that, or you can do it from a separate device like a phone or a tablet. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do see that it is 2 o'clock, so we are going to be prompt and get started and use all the time that we have for today. This website link where you have been answering the question is a great feature that you can use in your own virtual Pathfinder meetings. It's a free service called Poll Everywhere. And I'm going to go ahead and show you those live results. So here is what the question looked like when you came to it on the screen. And here are the results from everyone that answered. So it looks like we have quite a few people with us who have used Zoom, but you've never been the host. And then another good chunk of people that have hosted a few virtual Pathfinder meetings, but are looking for some more resources. So I am glad to see here today that I don't have super rookies. It looks like most of you are at least familiar with Zoom and how it works. So that's good information for me to know how to tweak today's class. So once again, that's a free internet service called Poll Everywhere, and you can use that in your own virtual Pathfinder meetings. Our class agenda for today is, I'm going to give you a personal introduction. We're going to talk about some Zoom basics, scheduling a Zoom meeting and inviting participants. We're going to also talk about best practices for effective virtual Pathfinder meetings. I'm going to give you some resources, and then of course we will have time for some questions and answers. For our guidelines for our class today, I'm just going to remind everyone to please keep their microphone muted. If you do have questions, go ahead and type those into the chat box. I have a facilitator with me today that is monitoring the chat box, and he will compile all those questions for me, and we'll get those answered at the end during our Q&A time. Also going to invite you to have another device handy. Depending on how the time goes today, we may do another few interactive things like we did with that poll everywhere. Also, if you have a technical issue today, I'm going to invite you to send a direct message to Kai Song. He's our host. In your participant list, it says MG Pathfinder moderator. So make sure you send messages to him if you need help. So my name is Audra Kohlfarber. I am from the Arkansas, Louisiana Conference, and I am so excited today to be with you guys from the Texas Conference. I do have some close relatives down in Texas, so I feel like you guys are near to my heart. I am serving on the Pathfinder and Adventure Council in the ARCLA Conference, where I'm the TLT coordinator. I also am a club director, just like most of you. I serve at the Bentonville Beavers Pathfinder Club in Northwest Arkansas. And in fact, there is a picture on the screen of my Bentonville Beaver Club. I am so proud of these folks. I had to show them off. They are the reason I get up every day. I really have a passion for pathfindering, and I love to talk about pathfinders and show them off. So that is my club there. I hold a Master's of Arts in Teaching with an emphasis in early adolescent development. And my husband and I, who are in the top picture there, we own the Pathfinder Strong brand, which I'll tell you a little more about later. We also host foreign exchange students, and in the picture is our student from Ghana, Africa, that we had last year. And unfortunately, we don't have a student this year because of the pandemic, and so our house is kind of quiet. All right, so today's information and slideshow is going to be available to you on my personal website, and I'm sure the Texas Conference will be sharing this with you as well. And I was going to show you a video about the very basics of Zoom today, but because of those question results that you gave me, I see that most of you have already used Zoom before. So I'm actually going to skip this video today. If you need to know more basics on like the very basics of how to use Zoom, I'm going to invite you to go to YouTube and just click Zoom. And Zoom has a whole channel with all kinds of tutorials on how to do everything Zoom. But I think most of you are a little bit more advanced than we need for this video. I just also want you to know that when you are doing Zoom virtual conferences with your Pathfinders, you can watch videos together and it will share the sound. So that would just be an example of something that you could do on your virtual Pathfinder meeting is watch videos together. But we're going to go ahead and zoom on past that today. I want to talk to you about scheduling a Zoom meeting and inviting participants. So I'm actually going to do that live in front of you today, and I invite you to follow along with me. It's a pretty simple process. So when you go to zoom.us and log in, this is the screen that you will see. And to schedule a virtual Pathfinder meeting, you just want to go up here to your account. So in the top right corner, you'll see my account. You want to click that. And then those buttons in the top right corner will change. And now you see that you can schedule a meeting. And that's what you want to do. So for example, my Pathfinder meetings are every Wednesday night at 6 p.m. So I would be scheduling in advance for that time. So when you schedule a Zoom meeting, you want to put in a topic. So we'll title virtual Pathfinder meeting. You can also put in a description if you want to tell participants what you're going to be doing during your meeting, but that is optional. You're going to tell when your meeting is. A little drop-down calendar pops up and you can select any day that you want. You can also select a time. Our meetings happen to be at 6 p.m. Now, the duration, if you're using a free Zoom account, Zoom only lets you have a meeting that's 40 minutes long, and then it will actually kick you off. If you have a paid account, a licensed version, then you can do a duration pretty much as long as you want. Our Pathfinder meetings happen to last 2 hours. And don't worry, Zoom isn't going to kick you out when that 2 hours is up. That's just kind of to let your participants know how long your meeting is going to last. If this meeting recurs over and over, like every Wednesday night, you can click this recurring meeting button right here, and that will let you use this same Zoom link over and over without having to go through this same process again and again every Wednesday. If you want your participants to register with Zoom before they're allowed on your meeting, you can click this box. I usually don't click that. It just kind of adds an extra headache and step for folks to do. The meeting ID, I usually just let Zoom generate that automatically, but you can put in a personal one. Now let's talk about security a little bit. With Zoom, you probably want to use a passcode. This just adds an extra layer of security for people that are joining your meeting. And Zoom will generate a passcode for you, or you can just erase that and put in your own passcode that people will enter. Now, when you have a passcode, that means people are going to need both the link and the passcode to join your meeting. So you want to make sure you provide both of those pieces of information to them, or they won't be able to get in. Also, with the waiting room feature, that also adds an extra layer of security. In fact, when you joined the Zoom meeting today, you were put in a waiting room for a few minutes. That allowed the host to check and see, okay, who is this? Do I really want them in my Zoom meeting? So that kind of helps you keep people that you don't want in the meeting out and let in the people that you do. So when you enter the waiting room, you can't see anybody's picture, any of the participants, until the host allows you in. So I recommend using that waiting room just as an added security feature. Next, you can choose if you want the video on for the host and the participants. I usually always like to use video. I like to see who's in the screen and make sure that who's behind that screen is actually who they say they are. I think that's a great tool to use for security also. For audio, you definitely want people to have the option of joining over their computer or over a phone, so I usually click both. Last thing for security is you probably want to uncheck this box right here that says enable join before host. If that's clicked, that means that people can come into your meeting before you're there, which means that potentially you could have a room full of unsupervised kids before you're there as the host. So I usually unclick enable join before host. Muting participants upon entry really helps with background noise, so I usually leave that clicked. Once you have all those settings set up, you can just click save, and then voila, your meeting is scheduled, and that's pretty much all you need to do. Except now you need to invite your participants. You need to share with them the link, and you need to share with them their passcode. And on the screen, you can see here that Zoom generated that link for you, and you can just copy and paste that right there. Or if you go over here in these tiny little blue letters, you can see where it says copy invitation. And that's a handy feature Zoom has. If you click that, it opens up the whole invitation. And this looks like a lot of information, but this allows people to join from their computer, the app on their phone, or from their phone like an actual phone call. So it just gives people some versatility on how they join. And you can just click copy meeting invitation, and then you can share this with your club members. Now, you want to keep this information fairly private. So I don't recommend just posting this to your private or your public social media accounts. Send this via email to the exact people you want to get it, kind of like you got the links today for this class. Or you could post it maybe to a private, if you have a Facebook group or something like that. But just remember that anybody who gets this link and this passcode can join your meeting. So you want to keep that as private as you can. All right, if you had any questions about that, I'm going to invite you to jot those down and put them in the chat box, and we will address those at the end of the meeting. All right, moving on, we're going to talk about some tips to be successful and effective with virtual Pathfinder meetings. And I believe there's 3 key things that you need to do in order to be successful. So you've scheduled your meeting, you've invited your kids, now you need to do a couple other things. That is, you need to set up some guidelines, you need to plan to be interactive, and also plan to have some structure in your meeting. So Zoom can easily end up like this, where everybody's talking at once and there's tons of background noise. I don't know if you've ever been on a Zoom meeting before where the dog was barking in the background and the doors were being slammed and the doorbell rings and the dishwasher's running, but it just makes it super confusing and really distracting to have all that in the background. So to prevent that from happening, you want to set up some guidelines. So 2 key questions you need to ask yourself before you host your virtual Pathfinder meeting is, how will my participants interact with each other and with the staff members? How do you want that to go down? And then how are you going to manage your Pathfinder's behavior while they're on the Zoom call? So here's some examples. And these are things that I have tried in my own Pathfinder club that have worked. So the first one is to use video. That just helps me know that the person whose name is in the screen box is actually that person. It helps me see what the kids are doing and that they're there and they're present. Also, you want to tell your kids to remain muted so you don't end up like that blah, 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 blah picture with all that background distraction. Also, you want to set up a procedure for how people are going to speak, ask questions, or make comments. And for our club, it works best. We just have kids type the word "me" in the chat box whenever they want to ask a question or make a comment. And then when I see that word "me" come up in the chat box, I can call on that kid individually to unmute themselves, make their comment or ask their question, and then they remute themselves when they're done. That way everybody gets a turn to speak that wants to. Another guideline that you can have is to stay engaged and present. That means kids aren't on their phones while they're on the Zoom meeting. They don't have other tabs open on their computer playing games on the Zoom meeting. So just encourage them to be engaged and present with you. We also have kids keep another device handy. We do a lot of interactive things with our club, and you want to do that too to help the kids with their attention span. So having another device handy will help them be ready to go when you're ready to do those activities. Also, you probably want to have the chat box closed during presentation. So let your kids know, hey, when someone is speaking or someone is presenting on the Zoom call, you shouldn't just be having private chat conversations with other people. Now, if you have a question or comment, by all means, type that into the chat box or type me in the chat box. But just social chatting is probably not something you want to do during a presentation. That's just polite manners. And then lastly, you want to set up some procedures ahead of time for what people do if they have questions or problems. So for example, if you have a technical problem with Zoom, then you need to send a chat message to this staff member. Or if you have a question about your points, then you send a direct chat message to this Pathfinder staff member. So just make sure you set up those procedures ahead of time about how you want your kids to handle when they have problems or questions about specific things. All right, the next thing to do to be effective and successful in your Pathfinder meetings is to be interactive. We all know that the kids we work with, they're, age 10 to 17, and their attention spans aren't that long. You know, sometimes it's even hard for us adults to sit on a long Zoom meeting, just sitting here staring at a screen. So you want to be interactive, have things that they can do. You want to change your activities every 15 to 20 minutes so you're not just doing the same thing the whole time. Mix it up, have variety, maybe show a video, then do a game, then have a guest speaker. Then, you know, you could even mail out packets to your kids so that they have tangible items in front of you that you can make projects together over Zoom. So you'll just have to think about those ahead of time, how you're going to keep them engaged. So all work and no play, of course, makes Jack a dull boy. So think about just having some fun and game time during your meetings. Have a bingo tournament, or do a Mad Lib, or have a junk scramble, or play a game of I Spy, or you could even have a spirit day where everybody comes in a crazy hairdo or wears their favorite hat. Just something to mix it up and have fun. If you see on the screen here at the bottom of the list, you'll see the word sharing time. I think sharing time is an excellent way to get your kids engaged in the virtual meeting. And here's what I mean by that. At the end of our Pathfinder meetings, we always have sharing time where I pose some kind of a thought question. For example, if you could eat out at any restaurant, which one would it be? Or if you had $1 million, what would you do with it? And then I delegate that task to another staff member to go around and call on each Pathfinder individually to unmute themselves and share their answer to the thought question for the day. This is really great to make sure that every single kid has the opportunity to say and contribute something to your virtual Zoom meeting. It also really helps to build relationships because you learn things about kids that you might not have learned otherwise. And let me tell you, back in March, my Pathfinder Club in Bentonville started having to do virtual meetings, of course, because of the pandemic. And it was fairly successful. And I think the reason it was so successful is because the kids already had their relationships built with each other and with us. And they wanted to get on the Zoom meeting and they wanted to see each other and interact with each other. So I think, you know, spending that time to build those relationships between the kids and the staff really will give you a lot of return in the long run in helping kids want to come back and join your virtual meetings every week. All right, so we're actually going to try one of these engagement ideas now. We're going to do this one that's called Quiz Is. So this is the time that I'm going to need you to get your separate device. So get out your phone or your tablet or open another tab on your computer. And we're going to play a quick little game together. So I'd like you to go to joinmyquiz.com, and I think we'll put that link in the chat box. And then there's going to be a game code that you're going to need, and this is the game code 9110846. So I'm going to switch my screen over here so you can see what this looks like on your end. We're going to joinmyquiz.com. 9110846 is the game code. And you can see on the screen that the people who have joined are popping up. And what's great about this is it's fun. It gives you some little competitive interaction between your kids, even though it is remote. And if you're watching on the live stream today, you are more than welcome also to participate in this activity. Just go to that website and put in the game code and you can join us today. And I'm going to count us down about 30 seconds. And then I'm going to push the start button and we will play. And this is just a short quiz today. It's about 6 questions, but just to give you an idea of kind of what you can do with your kids. Once again, this service is called Quiz Is, and it is free to use. And that quiz link is going in the chat box right now if you need it. Joinmyquiz.com, 9110846. I give about 10 more seconds. And this is a work at your own pace. So whenever I push the start button, you just answer those questions the best and the fastest that you can. All right. Counting down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go for it. You can see that as you play, you can move up and down the leaderboard. Get a running list there of how you're doing. There's also power-ups in this game. So if you answer questions correctly, you can get power-ups to use to help you get more points and move up that leaderboard even more. And I am playing through this game on the screen, so if you weren't able to get in, you can still kind of see what it looks like to play through the game. We got somebody named Loop that's leading the leaderboard, so way to go there. See if you can hold your spot. All right, we're going to do about 1 more minute or so for people to finish the game. You can see I've got the leaderboard on the screen now, so you can see who is climbing and falling up and down the board. So remember, if you got those power-ups, you can use them. They're in the bottom corner of your screen, I believe, if you're on the computer. So you can use those to help you get more points, or I think one will protect you against wrong answers or eliminate half of the choices. See, I've got JRR at the top of the leaderboard. Now Brianna, followed by Iris. All right, it looks like most everyone almost has all 6 of those questions answered. Way to go, Brianna. You are rocking this. So this little quiz was about contentment. It was actually something we did in our Pathfinder Club as part of a worship that we did one night about contentment. So this could be used for just making your worship more interactive, or if you're doing honors or investor achievement classes, anything like that. And there's different kinds of questions. They don't all have to be multiple choice. There's different kinds of questions that you can use in this tool as well. All right, I'm going to count down from 5 and end the game. So get your last questions in there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ending the game. And then it will show us who the winners are. Who won? First place, Brianna. Let's give her a round of applause. Awesome. All right, so that's just a little idea of something interactive that you can do with your kids. Then that can be used for, like I said, a variety of different things. So the last tip for having an effective and successful virtual meeting is to have structure. So first off, plan an agenda. Never just wing your virtual Pathfinder meeting. Make sure you have a plan for what you're going to do. Delegate tasks. You do not have to do everything yourself. You have other, people in your staff team that can help you, or even church members that I'm sure would be willing to jump in and help you run your virtual meeting. Just an example on that, I have one staff member that monitors kids' points. I have another staff member that always does the sharing time. I delegate my prayers to different kids. So just give out those activities so you don't have to do everything. Also, just like today, I'm using slides to guide this meeting. A great idea is to use slides to guide your virtual meeting. And I'm actually going to show you an example of that here in a second. And then have some repeating elements or things that are consistent. So this kind of helps you with planning. You don't have to reinvent the wheel every meeting. Have things that you always do every single meeting so the kids know what's coming and you don't have to plan so much. So here's an example. This is kind of how I run my virtual meetings. We always start by reviewing the meeting guidelines to make sure that the expectations or what are expected of the kids each time are clear. We have opening prayer. We say the pledge and law, which is kind of fun. We have all the kids unmute themselves, and on the count of 3, we all just say the pledge and law, which, let me tell you, it sounds horrible, and we all usually end up laughing by the end, but it's just kind of a great icebreaker and way to reinforce those things. And then the kids all remute themselves at the end. And we have worship, usually a guest speaker. And then you want in the middle your meeting content. So this is when you do your honors, your investor achievement, your games and activities. You have other guest speakers. Then we have our sharing time where every kid is required to say something about the given topic. And we have announcement time, and then we have closing prayer. And that usually takes about 2 hours. So next I'm going to show you an actual example of meeting slides. And this is our actual virtual Pathfinder meeting from April 22 for our club. And this is the screen that I have on the screen share as participants are joining. I usually put up a funny little picture or meme for kids to look at while they're joining. In fact, our meeting this night happened to be all about plants. We were doing honors that had to do with plants. So that's why there was a plant theme memed on the opening screen. And then I display the agenda for the evening, what we're going to do, who's going to do it, what time, so the kids know what to expect. As adults, you like to know what's coming up, and so do the kids. We always review the meeting expectation and guidelines so the kids know exactly what I expect of them and how they are to behave through the meeting. Don't just expect them to remember. Go over this every single time. We also talk about points. So in our conference, our point system is based on the Pathfinder law, and we go over this every time too, so the kids know exactly what is expected of them as far as behavior for the meeting and how they're going to earn their points. And I have a staff member whose only job during the meeting is to monitor everybody's screen and keep track of how they're earning their points and what they're doing and not doing behavior-wise. And we have opening prayer, and I delegate that to a kid every meeting. We had a guest speaker for worship. And we had a guest speaker, Mr. Ben Roy, who you might be familiar with. He's from the Christian Science Zone, and he talked to us about the science behind plants. We did a Quizlet live game, and Quizlet is a different online game, similar, kind of like the one we just played together, but it has different features that are also fun and free. And then we always do an outreach project. And during this meeting, we were doing a letter writing project. And I just threw up a picture of the kid there participating in that outreach project. We had our sharing time. And our sharing time question for that night happened to be, if you could go and eat any restaurant, where would you go and why? So every kid was responsible for unmuting themselves and answering that question. We had announcements, then we had questions or comments, so they would type me in the chat box if they had something last minute to say, and then we had closing prayer, and that was the end of our virtual meeting for that night. So use those slides to help you have structure in your meeting. And on my website, which I'll share with you in a minute, I have several different templates for meeting slides that are blank that you can download and use without having to reinvent the wheel. We love to share with each other. So yes, Karen asked if I would be willing to share those slides, and yes, and I will show you how to find all of the resources, including today's slides and everything that I've shared, so you can have all of that. I love to share. So I want you to get ready for question and answer time now. So if you have something that you would like to have answered during question and answer time, will you please go ahead and type that into the chat box now? And that way, when we get to that time, they will be ready and I'll be able to answer them. So go ahead and type those into the chat box. All right, so the last thing I want to talk to you about today is some resources. And this is my husband and I have the Pathfinder Strong brand, and we have a website. We have 2 apps in the iPhone and Android store. We also have a YouTube channel that I'd like to share with you today. So this is the link for our Pathfinder website. It's called Pathfinder Strong. And on here, we have all kinds of things that we share for free to help folks with their Pathfinder ministry. So as far as virtual meeting resources, we have templates, we have downloads, tutorials, samples of all different kinds of things, links to interactive ideas. We have several different virtual honors that are already set up and ready to go for you to use on Zoom on a virtual meeting. We have a COVID plan that you can use for your club, different guidelines that you can use to keep your club safe. We have honor teaching packets. We have TLT lesson plans, things about early adolescent development, today's presentation, and so much more. So I'm going to invite you to go there and check that out and just utilize whatever resources you can. Tweak them, change them, let it inspire you, whatever we can do to help. We also have 2 different apps. They're available in the Apple Store and the Google Play Store. We have the Pathfinder Strong Honor Finder, and we also have one for adventurers. So if you also do that, we have the Adventurer Strong Award Finder app. And on these apps are all the requirements for all the honors, all of them, even the ones that are specific to a conference. So for example, Florida Conference has all their own honors. They're all on there. So you can get to all the requirements. And also what's great about this is you can submit the answers to requirements electronically. So if you're on a virtual meeting, you can have kids get out their phone or tablet, download the app. And if you're doing the Seeds honor, they can open up that one. They can type in all the answers for each of the different requirements and email that to you directly. And that same feature is also available on the Adventurer app. And both of those are free, so download them. Next, we have our YouTube channel. It is called Pathfinder Strong. And we kind of, on this channel, just document what real pathfinding looks like. So we have videos about all kinds of things on there that we have really done in our real life Pathfinder Club to help give you some inspiration and ideas on things that you can do or ways that you can make your Pathfinder ministry effective and successful. So I invite you to visit our YouTube channel and check out some of those things there that maybe you could use or tweak. All right, it is time for question and answer, and I see I have a pile of questions here, so I'm going to get started. So the first question is, how does Zoom work with a large group? And this is from Ivan. And then kind of to piggyback off that, someone asked, how many helpers do you need for a large group? So with Zoom, depending on the account that you have, Zoom is going to limit how many participants that you have. So to be honest with you, on the free version of Zoom, I don't know how many participants Zoom limits you to. I think there might not be a limit on the free account. On the next step up, so the first option that you have for like the next paying option, you're limited to 100 participants. And I think the next tier goes to 300 and up from there. So the first thing is you're going to have to figure out what kind of Zoom account you have and how many participants that you're limited to. Otherwise, it really should work about the same way. So everybody's going to join, they're going to follow those guidelines. It's going to be extra important to make sure that you have those guidelines set up. The more people you have, the more difficult it will be to manage interactions and behaviors. So just like I have today, someone monitoring the chat, you'd probably want to have a helper doing that. You definitely want to have a helper monitoring points, maybe more than one. You definitely want to get different speakers so that you're not having to do everything. So I think you're just going to have to think about the different elements that you want to have in your meeting and delegate as much as you can. And I know some clubs struggle with having enough help. So you'll just have to balance, how much help do I have? What elements do I want to have in my meeting, and balance that. But definitely Zoom meetings will work with larger groups. Now with sharing time, Maybe instead of having every kid unmute themselves and share, you could use one of the online features where they can just submit their answer and you can see it like on a collaborative board. And in fact, I'm going to show you one of those tools before we leave each other today. So be watching for that on how to kind of do sharing time virtually online instead of having everyone mute themselves. Anyway, I hope that answered your question. Next question. What are the best games? This is from Melody. So if you're just getting started with interactive games, I would recommend doing Kahoot, K-A-H-O-O-T, and there'll be a link on the slides for that on that interactive page. It's free. Kids love it. You can set up the questions just like we did on quizzes. Quizzes would be another one. It's super simple to use. It's free. Another great game tool is called GimKit, G-I-M-K-I-T. And all these things are linked on my slides, but I would say start with those: Kahoot, quizzes, and GimKit. Most kids are already familiar with those because they use them in schools a lot, and the user interface is easy to use. So even if you're brand new, you could probably watch one tutorial video on YouTube and figure it out. Okay, so from, I think, Nikita, are the games already written or do we create them? So you can do both. So on Kahoot especially, I love Kahoot because there are so many Kahoot games that are already made by people out there that you can just search them. So one night my club was doing the radio broadcasting honor and we needed to learn a little bit about electricity. So I just went to Kahoot and I searched electricity and like 12 games popped up. And I just looked through them and I found one that was going to work exactly for what we needed. So I didn't even have to make that. Now that quizzes game I showed you today, it was a little bit more specific content. So I did make that one, but definitely don't reinvent the wheel and search first on the database of that site to see if there's something that you can already use. All right, next question. This is from Andre. Is there a way to give a message to a person that they can read? So I'm guessing this is through the chat. So on Zoom, if you look in your chat box, there is a little drop-down menu that shows every single participant in Zoom. And if you just want to send a message to someone individually, you select the one participant that you want, and then it will tell you that you're sending that message. It's between you and that person, and then you can message them directly. Just note that that setting is going to stay there until you turn it back to everyone. So if there's something in the chat that you wanted to say it from everyone, you would have to use that drop-down menu and select everyone again, so your chat message would go back out to the entire group. Okay, this is from the Puerto family. They're wondering about breakout rooms and how do you do that, and what are breakout rooms from Emily. So a couple people asked about breakout rooms. Now I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't have a lot of experience with breakout rooms. I've done it once or twice and it worked fine. You just have to go into the Zoom settings and enable the breakout room feature. And what you can use this for, what we are going to use this for, is investiture achievement classes. So when you enable that breakout room feature, and it will show up in that toolbar at the bottom of your Zoom screen, and you can select that, and then you can dump different people into different rooms together. So for example, I'm going to dump everyone in my friend class together in a room and everyone in my companion class together in a room. And you can even set a time limit. So if you want them to be in that room for 15 minutes, you can put that time limit, and then when that time is up, it will automatically dump everyone back together in your one Zoom class. So I feel like those breakout rooms will be especially handy when you're doing those investiture achievement classes, but I'm sure you can use them for other things as well. All right, we have two more questions. This is Lori. She wants to know which honors are best to try virtually and which can't be done virtually. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, I don't think there are many that you can't do virtually. Some may require that you send a packet home to the kids so that they can have tangible items in front of you while you're working together. But I'll give you an example. A lot of honors are very information based. And a lot of that information can be done through watching YouTube videos together on Zoom, or getting a guest speaker, or doing a demonstration, or playing one of those games together. A lot of honor information can be done that way. If it's something that has to be made, for example, our club was doing the weather honor. And you know, in the weather honor, you have to build a weather vane. So I gathered up all the supplies for that weather vane. It needs like a straw and some clay and some cardstock and a pencil, you know, stuff like that. They make this little contraption. I mailed that home to my kids. And then as we were doing the weather honor over Zoom, I said, okay, open up your packet. And they all opened up their packet. And it was kind of like all this anticipation, because I told them, don't open your packet until it's time for Zoom meeting. And they opened it up and they dumped everything out. And then we step by step together created that weather vane over Zoom. And then we all held it up in the screen afterwards. So it may take you being a little creative to figure out how to do an honor online, but I'm pretty sure that most honors you could do. Maybe not like the bicycling honor, but if somebody figures out how to do the bicycling honor over Zoom, I would love to hear about that. On my website that I gave you, I have, I think, 5 or 6 virtual honor links already on there that are ready to go with slides for you to do on Zoom. So check those out for some different inspiration. All right, last question from JR. How do you orient parents to Zoom and to virtual meeting expectations? So if you go to the Zoom YouTube channel, you can get a parent tutorial for Zoom. In fact, you can just go to YouTube and type in the chat box, parent Zoom tutorial, and just send that off to your parents so they can get familiar about what they need to do. And then as far as the expectations, the best tool for that is just to communicate. Let your kids know, hey, when you come to the Zoom meeting, I'm going to expect that you're in your club t-shirt in the screen. Just communicate whatever you decide your guidelines are going to be. Communicate those in advance to your parents to let them know what you're going to expect. That's always better than having surprises. One quick last one from JR again. How do you handle participants that choose not to turn on their camera? For example, internet problems. So once again, I think just communication and positive behavior reinforcement. So if you're going to turn on your camera and be present in the meeting, then I'm going to reward you with earning points for that. If you're not going to turn on your camera and be present in the meeting, then you're not going to get those points. And maybe I have a conversation with your parent about that. If it's because of internet problems, well, then I think, you need to just consider each circumstance. If they're having internet problems, then I wouldn't penalize a kid for that. But you're probably going to have to just go but case by case to figure out those problems. And, I'm a teacher by day, Pathfinder leader by night. And at school, if you're having a problem with a kid, you talk to the parent and you work together with the parent to find a solution. And I would just encourage you to do that as well. Work with the parent to find a solution. All right, so we are coming close to the end of our time for today. And if you did not get your question answered, or if you think of more questions, like I said, Pathfindering is my passion, and I could talk about Pathfinders all day long and all night long. So if you have something that you'd like to talk to me about, or if you have more questions, or you want to bounce ideas, or you need some inspiration, or whatever, will you please reach out to me? I've got my email here on the screen, arclubpathfinderstrong@gmail.com. I also have a Pathfinder Strong Facebook page where you can message me there. But I just want to encourage you to reach out and talk to me about whatever you want to talk about Pathfinders. It's really hard right now to think about running a Pathfinder program during the pandemic. And there's a lot of new technology things we're having to learn and figure out, and it can feel daunting and overwhelming. And I just want to encourage you. I want to encourage you to stay strong. Don't think that you're going to be perfect the first time. You don't have to be. Just try one thing that you learned from today to get started having a virtual Pathfinder meeting. Meet with your staff, bounce ideas around, and see what you can come up with just to get started. And that's what I want to encourage you to do today, is just get started. Just start with one simple thing to get yourselves going, and you can build from there. And I just will pray that God blesses your ministry in Pathfinders, and I just appreciate that I was allowed to speak today to all of you from the Texas Conference. So greetings from Arkansas, Louisiana. And as we are finishing up today, I just want to ask you to share a little bit of feedback with me. This is a free service called Answer Garden. And this is what I was talking about that might have been an alternative to sharing time if you have a big group. And basically, this is just a giant collaboration board. So everyone's different answer is going to show up on this board, and we'll be able to see it together. So I will invite you to go to this link. I'm going to put it in the chat box. You can do this on your phone. You can do it in another device like a phone or a tablet, whatever you need to do. And that is coming in the chat box now. Okay, there it is in the chat box. You can click that in a separate tab or just type that in into your tablet or phone. And the question for today is, what excites you the most about hosting a virtual meeting? So I'm going to invite anyone who's on the live stream to also participate in this if you want to. I'll put that link back up on the screen one more time for those who are on our live stream. And this link will be live all afternoon. So if you want to go in there and check out what other people have to say, you are welcome to do that as well. So once again, I appreciate your time that you spent with me this afternoon. I am going to I'm going to stop my screen share and turn this back over to our moderator. I know you have another class at 3 o'clock, so go grab something to drink, use the restroom, and I know there will be some more awesome content for you this afternoon. God bless you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Audra. So as Audra stated, there's going to be about a maybe 13-minute break, and then we will start our next class exactly at 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Thanks again.
Hello. We're going to wait a couple more minutes before we get started. So just be rested, get some water, get ready for another half an hour, 45 minutes of class. All right, welcome. So we're about to get started. And thank you again for joining. We are really, really excited about the class that we're going to take today. So let's talk about what is Google Classroom. Um, let's start with a nice introduction. And let me see if you can see my screen. Okay, for some reason, this thing is not behaving the way that it's supposed to behave. Let me stop for a second. Let me get it set for a moment. And escape. All right, let's start from the beginning. And let's start share one more time. Oh yeah. Can you see the screen again?
Yes, we can.
All right. All right, perfect. Okay, so let's talk about what Google Classroom is. Google Classroom is a free web service by Google that aims to simplify creating, distributing, and grading assignments. So it's going to be a tool that is going to be really helpful for you. It's going to be able to do a lot of things. One of the advantages is that it's easy and accessible for all devices. It's an effective way to communicate and to share and help you to speed up the assignment process. And it's also clean and user-friendly for all. So the purpose is to basically streamline the process of sharing the communication between the student and the teacher. So let's go over the setup and see what we can do in the setup. One of the first things that people ask me is, do I need to create one class? Do I need to create several classes? What is, in fact, what can I do? And let me share with you how I set up some of the classes that I have used for the ministry. So I'm going to open my Google Classroom. And as you can see, I have several classes already set up in here. One of them is this sample Texas EMG that I created yesterday. And I used this Pathfinder Explorer along with Sonia, my wife, to teach our Pathfinders on the class of Explorer everything after February. When we started to have the issue of meeting a church because of the COVID-19, we basically set up that. And I have set up other ones in here. So the way that you have to set up your class is basically think about how you can accomplish bundling everything together. For me, it was easier to create one for my class of Explorer, but at the same time, you can have one for the whole Pathfinder class, one for each class, or you want to, because I'm also an instructor, I have camping skills 4, camping skills 3, and some others that I have developed. So that's the way that you have to do it. It just depends on how you set it up, that you can bundle it or just leave it as one. First thing that you need to do is type the class name, and you have to be specific, and then so your students can find the class that they are enrolled, especially they have so many, and we're going to use Google Classroom. They might use one for their own school projects, so you have to make sure that you have one. So one way that you can get rid of it once you create one is to basically archive it. You can edit, copy, or remove it. In this case, I'm going to archive it. I'm not going to need it because that was just an example from yesterday. I'm just going to get rid of it. So I'm going to show you how to create one. When you click on the plus sign, you have the ability to either join a class. If you're a student, you can join, or you can create one. So I'm going to create a class. And of course, you have to read everything in here that Google says that you're not going to do anything for, to harm. So I'm going to put Texas CMG to create one. And the subject is just going to be just a sample. And I'm going to create it. So once you create it, again, you have to be specific in what you're going to do. So while this one is creating, let me go to the next slide, which is making sure that you change the theme, so people can identify the class and be able to see it exactly the way you want it. So this is the one that I just created, sample EMG. You can just select a theme. If I don't like the theme, you can just click in there, and you can select anything that is available. And once you select it, you click on the select the class, or you can just upload a photo. On the upload a photo, you click in here to get to your directory where you have all your photos. And I'm going to look for a picture, something that it looks a little bit interesting. I'm going to say maybe this one right here. And looks like it's too big. Let me find another one. It's not size specific. Be able to find another class, another one that we can use. Maybe this one. Okay, I guess it's too small. Let me get another one. I'm gonna get from the Muppets. Let's put it in there. And once you change the theme, it will be specific. If you don't like the name, you can always go to settings and update it. If you decided, you know what, it's not very specific, I'm just going to change it, and you can just do so. The next step is going to be to add the students. There are 2 ways to add the students. You can just provide the code, or if you have the email for your class, you can then add it together. So let me go again to the sample, and I'm going to click on people, and you can add your students. If I click on the plus sign, I should be able to invite people in here. So I'm going to invite Sonia Lopez to be a student and invite him. Or if I go to my class, to the one that I just created, and if I provide this code right here to my students, they should be able, via email, they should be able to just click in here and be accepted. So there are 2 ways that you can add students to your class. Okay, so what's the next step? After you add the students, you are the teachers, then go back to it. The same thing with the teachers. You can just add a teacher in here. You type the email of the person that you wanted to add and send an invitation. Every time you send an invitation, they'll receive the email. Once they confirm the email, then you should be able to add your students and your teachers as well. Okay, so keep it organized. Make sure that you select topics and you select what people can post in there. If there are way too many messages, you're going to be overwhelmed by the messages. And you allow the students to also post in there, you might be able to see how some students kind of abuse, what they can post in there. So you can control all of that. So you go to the settings after you create your class, and you go to the stream. You can select in here what students can do. They can post and comment. They can comment only. You can allow teachers to post and comment. So make sure that you select whatever works for you. If you want to have a lot of communication with your students, then you can allow them to also ask questions, and you can provide the answers and so on. Let me show you what I'm talking about in one of my classes where I had the experience to allow my students to post. As you can see, if I scroll down, you're going to see posts that I created from them, some of the grading, some of the information. It's really overwhelming, and you continue to scroll down and down and down and down and down, right? So it just depends on how you want to control it. This is the point that I want to make. I allowed in one point to my students to send messages, and they started to kind of like abuse, put stuff in there that didn't make sense. So I decided, you know what, I'm just going to ask them, and whenever I have a meeting with them, they can provide feedback. But so you can control what they can post in here. And of course, you have the ability to delete, if you don't like one of the posts that they create. But remember, because if you allow them to do the posting, it will be available for everyone. So you have to control the class, how you want to allow and not allow in that way. All right, let's continue. So then after you have it all created, the class, in the main setup, then let's look in the stream in a more detail. So the stream is basically the social hub where everyone communicates, right? You can communicate with your class. You can create the schedule announcements, respond to the student post. So what is this? All these messages? Well, you can create it for one classroom, or if you are working as an instructor for different classes, you can set the messages for different classes and students at the same time. What the message and when you can post it, schedule, or draft it. So let me show you how it works. If I go back to the stream, to my Google class, and be able to post and look in the stream with more detail. So the stream, which is the first step when you open your class, you see messages that I created. I created yesterday an assignment that is going to be due to September 1st. When you click in here, you should be able to send it to what classroom. Since I have several, I can send it to my sample class that I just created. I can send it to the Garland Urban Camp, Camping Skills. You can select it in here. So this is pretty cool because it allows you to be able to send messages not only in the class that you are on right now, but also if you have the classes, you can send the same message to all. So let's say I'm teaching Camping Skills 4 and I'm teaching Camping Skills 3, but kind of like the assignment is the same for them, then I can just basically select all of them, and then I can select my students, what kind of students I want them to be able to see the message. And then I can be able to, when I post, of course, I have to, let me select one because I don't have any students on one. Then you can also add, if you have any Google Drive documents, any links, any files, or YouTube files that they need to be able to see. So, so the hub, the stream is basically the hub where you communicate and you post. And as you can see, my messages from previous notifications, you can see when one is assigned and when people are starting to turn back in the homework or the assignments. So on the stream, allow you to communicate and to be able to see. I sent this one in May. 6 were graded, 4 were assigned, 0 turn in. So when you see a number in here, I know that one person just replied back immediately or later when I was grading, and I should be able to basically click in here and be able to see who turned that back in. Okay, so let me continue. with what the stream is. And of course, you guys have questions, post the questions. We're going to go back to them and answer them because it might be overwhelming and to be able to see what it's all about. So we already covered the setup on the stream. And now let's talk more about people and grades. So where's the people and grades? Okay. You can allow teachers to join. You can allow students to join by clicking on the plus sign. And you can do part of the administration for teachers is to basically, you can email the teachers, you can remove them or make the class owner. For the students, you can email them, remove them, or mute. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So going back to the Google Classroom, I know that Sonia was helping me to teach the Explorer class. If I right click on here or click on here, I can email her, I can remove her, meaning I don't longer need Sonia to assist me as a teacher. Or if I decided, you know what, I'm not going to be able to continue with the class, I'm going to make her the owner. So then you can just basically select that. So that's, you own it. If you create it, you own it. So in order to make somebody else the owner, then you can just click on the class and then, that you can do that. For the students, I can basically email the students. I can do several actions with them. I can click in here and I can email. I can remove that or I can mute. So let's say Daniel is no longer active in the club. He decided to move. I can just basically mute anything, meaning that when I assign something to the class and I select all the students, because he's muted, he's not going to receive the notification. So this is how you can control also who is going to receive notifications and assignments and everything else. So again, the actions are to email, to remove, or to mute. Okay. All right. Okay, let's continue. Okay, let's see. All right. Grading. There are two ways to set the grading. One by total points or by weighted by category. Of course, the total points, it kind of makes sense. If you have an essay that is 90, 100 points and someone answered 90, and you have a test that it was 100 points and somebody answered 95. If it's by total points, I add 90 and 95 will take me to a 185 divided by 200. So the percentage is 94.5. And weighted is basically by percentage. If you want to make sure that you have an average for the class, then you can do the weighting, percentage wise should be 80%. Anybody that gets 80% or 90% gets an A, then you can set it up this way. So let me show you how it looks when you set up the grades from the class. So I'm going to go back to my Google Classroom. I'm going to go back to my grades and I'm going to set up and see what the grading is all about. So I'm going to scroll down. When I was teaching this class for the Explorer for Pathfinders, we decided that any assignment that is for the regular class will be 100 points. For those that decided to do the advanced class to get the bar for the uniform, we decided, okay, well, any advanced assignment will be also 100 points. Assessments or tests will be 100 points. Questions will be 10 points because I noticed that early in the class that whenever we sent messages to the students, some of them were taking really long time to answer our questions, but we wanted to know or get a feedback in how the class was going, how the assignments were going. So we started to give them points. If you answer the question, we're going to give you 10 points. You can set up your class whatever, it meets your format. This is just a sample, something that it works for us. We gave them a weekly devotionals. And in our plan, we started to cover, when our classes started in August, we decided, okay, everything that is kind of heavy, we're going to start to cover that up. And then as the year goes along, we're going to, cover something else. So the weekly devotionals, we give them 50 points. And then attendance, we decided to give them, every time we set up a Zoom meeting, we're going to have a regular meeting. If you attend, you're going to receive 50 points. So this is how we set up the grading. And as you can see from the class, you can see my students, and some of them, when we started, the classes, you can go back to March, the attendance from them. Some of them were starting to miss in the class. Some of them were really active. Some of them were turning everything late. So I recommend that you set up your points early, and you set with your students and provide them a guideline of what is going to be covered for each one. That if they attend, they're going to get 50. If they have weekly devotional term in, 50 points, and so on. So that way there is no excuses, and they know exactly how to do it. And I selected the total points. So in here, you can just do the no grade or weighted by category. I recommend that you set up one way that it will work for you, and that way, it will cover that up again. Okay. I don't know why my video keeps going away, but anyway, I apologize. All right, so let's continue with the class. Let me minimize this one, continue with that. All right, so we covered that part. And this is just the sample for the grading. Okay, the classwork. So how do I do my classes now? Let's talk about some of the things that you can do for the classroom. The first thing is going to be your assignments, right? Assignments are basically created for them to do something. You want them to do something, and I'm going to assign you a task. I'm going to assign you maybe to read documentation, to take a test, to do something like that. So my assignments are going to be here. Let me show you what you can do with the assignments. So I'm going to click on the create. And you have these options. You have the assignment, you have the question, you have the material, and we're going to talk later on about the quiz assignment. So if I click on the assignment, I need to provide a sample, right? It's going to be a title, of course, be descriptive of the title. The instructions are optional, but I always like to provide, good instructions so they know what to do. Even if you have a meeting and you explain to them what is expected during the week, I like to provide all the instructions so there is no surprises. Again, I can send it for all the students if I want to, or I can just set it for one student. If that student is getting behind, maybe he went on vacation and he needs to catch up, I can set the assignment just for that person or for all the students. Again, the assignment can be set up for different classes. If you have different ones than you're managing and the instructions are for the same, maybe to remind them or something, you can set it up that way. The category, if I want to give a category, so when they reply back, I know exactly what it is. So let's say if only 3 decided, you know what, we were doing really good, we're going to do the advanced class, then you can set that in here. You can set the category and the points. If you decided, you know what, this assignment is not going to be graded, then you can just select and grade it. But if the default is 100 because I selected the category. So if it was an attendance, it would be 50 points. So according to what category you select, the points will basically be here. Okay. And then you can set it, you know what, I wanted it to be due by next week. So you want it to be due by next Sabbath, you can set it in here. And if you want to be time specific, you can do so as well. So this is how you set up that. And also, I want to set the topic. So the topic is basically how I divided the class in the different sections. And also I divided by my attendance. I'm not going to send it because I haven't removed my students yet from the class, just in case they have any questions. And I'm going to clear this up or leave it for now on. And I'm going to create a new one if I decided to take the Explorer class again next year. Okay, let's go back to to the next one. So that's why my assignments, questions, again, if you want to collaborate with your students and you want to ask them questions, you can set it up this way, right? So again, I can go to create, I can select a question. It can be something like, do you like the class? So far, I don't know, just a question. You can have a short answer, or you can have a multiple choice where you have, okay, yes, I like it, or no, don't like it. Or you can just leave it short answer. So when they receive the question, they can just type something back and say, yeah, I actually like it. You know, it's pretty good, whatever. So questions in here are 10 points. And again, I can send it to all the students, or I can just send it to one person. Okay. All right. I'm not going to send a question, of course, because they will get my email and then we will, what's going on? I thought we're done. Okay. And the next one is the materials. So materials are basically something that you can post, like classroom rules, topic related reading. Hey, guys, you need to read, you know, for the next class, or be prepared for the next class, read this chapter or this material. And you can set it up that way. So again, going back to the class, I can just click on the create and send the material. I enter a title. I enter a description, and I can say, you know what, because this material that I want them to read, I'm going to add maybe a file. So it will look for something in my computer, or I can upload something from my computer, from my drive, from recent documents that I created, and you basically send in that material and the instructions. Please read. Oops. Read it. Never mind. I'm really bad typing. My wife is the one that is the expert in typing. I don't type very fast. All right. So let's go back to the menu. So three things that you can do with the classroom. And again, we talk about the assessment. So let's talk about the assessment. The assessment is a little bit different because and it's powerful at the same time. Allow you to basically create tests online. And of course, you have to have a title, you have to have instructions, and you can use basically the Google form to make it a quiz. So let me show you in how to create a test. And I hope that we're doing a good on time. We have 10 more minutes according to mine. So create in here, and I'm going to select the quiz assessment. I had it backwards. Test time. Instructions. I can click on the Google Forms to create a test, or I can add one that I already have, or I can create a new one. So if I click in here, you notice that it's going to open a Google form that can be set as a test. The way that you know that it's a test is you go to settings and you go to quizzes. This has to be turned on. Otherwise, it's just a normal Google form that you can send out and you get replies back. But if you make it a quiz, then you have additional options created on your form in order for you to be able to set that up. I'm going to go back to my class and I'm going to show you one that I created from Google Classroom. So you can see how tests can be done. Assessment, I probably created this one. Let me check this one. And I can open it up and see how I did this one. So in here, I wanted to have the name, email. It's not necessary because when you send it out from Google Classroom and they reply back, you have the first name and last name. But for some reason, I wanted to have additional information for this one. And you can see my questions. This is just a sample. I'm going to close this one. I'm going to try to look for one that I created that maybe looks a little bit different and more creative from here. So I'm going to look and see from last week. I'm going to look at my drive, Google Classroom, camping skills. I did not create one from them. So I'm going to continue to look. Maybe here. Okay, I created one. I just wanted to show you how cool it is to do this test online. So I created this one. And again, I have the name and email that will be provided. And when you look in the options and you go to settings, you can limit, your answer to one person, to one time only. You can do shuffle the questions and the order. You can go to the class, to the question itself, and continue to add or remove. You go to the answer key, and whenever they answer something that is yes, you can provide feedback. You can provide also feedback if they selected something wrong. In this case, I provided different Bible verses that it says no. If they selected, does God know your name? That was a question. If they say no for the incorrect answer, the word goes, actually, the correct answer is yes, because according to this Bible text, God knows your name. So this is how you basically set up, a question. I recommend, I'm not going to be able to cover everything that you can do in a test, but there is several links that I'm going to provide later on where you can set questions for checkboxes. And I'm going to preview the form so you guys can see it. You can have checkboxes that they can select, or if it's only one question, they can select one. And the good thing is that once they answer and they submit, you're going to get it back on your Google Classroom where it will be automatically graded. So let's say for this one, I provided, it's going to be 10 points because you have 2 points here, 2 points here, 2 points here. It will calculate the percentage and provide you that value immediately. So that's one way to create, your test from the system, from the computer. Okay. Attendance. You can also use a normal question and set up the answer to yes in order for them to be able to say, are you working online from this time to this time? You can set it up from like, I don't know, 10 in the morning on Sunday to 5 p.m. on Sunday. You know that they have an assignment and you mention to them, hey, this assignment is going to be from 10 to 5. I want you to be online working on your assignment. You can set it up. And if they are online and they see the question and they answer yes, you know that in fact they were online between the time the 10 in the morning to 5 p.m. in the afternoon. So that's one way that you can get, the question and the assignment on time. Okay. All right. Oops. Keep clicking the same thing. All right. Okay. And finally, so let's talk about some resources, something that can help you to develop your Google Classroom. Of course, we cover Google Classroom. In YouTube, you can use Google how to set up something in Google Classroom, and there will be so many videos in there. I really like the videos from this lady that is an expert in setting up and creating the class for the school in her district, and it's really good. Google Drive will allow you to basically create the different forms and the file storage. If I go back to my computer again, and I look in my Google Drive, you can see that everything that I create in Google Classroom, it will go to my Google Drive under Classroom. You have different classrooms, it will go to the different classroom. You just have to be specific or rename it in order to go there. But in my Google Classroom, I have my honor skills, I have the different classes that I have in here and assignments. If I click on one, like the Pathfinder Explorer, you can see the things that I have posted for them, PowerPoints, PDFs, different forms, everything is there. And if I have to go back and maybe repost something for the class, if I look at my Google Drive, I should be able to find it and repost it and reuse it again. For screencasting, meaning that you can record your screen, I recommend to use Screencastify. You can use any other product, of course, in there, but this will allow you to do your classes, like record them ahead of time with print screen, noise, everything, and then you should be able to basically post that in the Google Classroom. If you need a whiteboard, of course, Zoom will have one, but if you want to have another one that is created from Google and works for Google, you can use this one, the Jamboard. Google Meet is part of the video. It works similar to Zoom, but the only problem with Google Meet is that it's available mostly for people that have a premium account within Google. In my case, because I set up the church as a Google company, then my church have the benefit to have Google emails like a company, and we have Google Meet for free. So I can use Google Meet for free as part of the class versus using Zoom. And when I basically set it up, it shows in my classroom. So if I go to my classroom, and I'm going to show you Google Explorers in here. If you set it up for your class, it will show, let me see which one. I created one. And it will be showing in here a link for Google Meet. All you have to do is basically, oh, and I know why. I have several Google accounts. So let me show you in this sample right here. So this is the link. If I want to set up a meeting with all my students, all I have to do is part of the classwork, set up the Google Meet, and it will be like Zoom, and it will be built in as part of your classwork. But again, you have to have a particular account to be able to have this link in there. Okay. Zoom, of course, we just covered that in the first class. Is free, but with a time limit. You have to pay a monthly fee. You want to increase that to be able to have your class in there. And it has a lot of tools in there. There are different things that you can do. Zoom is going to be like the most popular right now, but there are other companies that provide also free conferencing. All you have to do is basically use it. And if you want to use post videos or questions, you can use the flip grid in order to do so. Okay, and the last slide, please send invitations and clear instructions. Whenever you're using class, because it's online, a lot of people are going to be able to see all the instructions in there, but if you're not clear enough, they're going to doubt, and they're going to call you, and they're going to send you messages separately because they don't understand. Also, show your face from time to time. Make sure that you are having that interaction with them. Even if you set up a Zoom meeting just to have fun, do it. Because we're concentrating so much in covering all the different sections of our class to be able to teach them, but we're missing that part that sometimes they just need to have fun. So show your face, set up the ground rules like they mentioned earlier in the meeting. If you want them to have a uniform meeting in Zoom, tell them, hey, wear your class A uniform or your class B uniform, and let's have one official Zoom meeting online. You can record your lessons for those that are on vacation, that are able to join. All you have to do is basically provide the link, and they should be able to listen to the lesson. Check in from time to time with them, make sure that they're doing okay. And you have to do a drive-by with your class, just to give them something in person, of course, maintaining your distance, that would be really good. Provide interactive activities for them. I know that there are so many games online that you can have, multiple questions. Maybe you start drawing online with them. Just make it fun, because that's what the club is all about. It's not only learning, but also communicating, and make sure that they feel like they're loved and they're part of the club and the ministry and everything else. So have fun. Provide assignments and breakout groups if needed. Of course, we learned that in Zoom, how to provide the breakout rooms, and be able to, provide different things for them. I hope that this is useful for you guys. I know that we covered the basics. There's so much that you guys can learn and use. But if you have any questions, please, send me an email. You can send it to alfredo.lopez@sdagarland.org. That's my premium account, the one that I use the most for church, because I have more features than a normal Gmail account. But also you can send it to alpha0722@gmail.com. And so we can provide that information. Okay, we have about 5 minutes for questions. So let's talk about the questions. So any questions?
Will there be handouts? It's already been shared that the video will be shared via YouTube or Facebook later today.
That is correct. So we're gonna share basically the video in YouTube. We recorded and it should be online pretty soon. We're gonna provide handouts, and I'm gonna provide additional information on the other links that you guys can use for resources. Again, if you basically Google how to do, the Google Classroom, there are going to be so many videos in there that are really useful. Okay, another question?
Does it have to be a Gmail account?
Yes, you have to have a Gmail account. The question is, do you have to have a Gmail account? And the answer is yes, because it's a Google Classroom, you need to have a Gmail account. I know that for my premium account, my other account, if I use that, I can invite somebody else, but I know that in here you have to have a Gmail account.
Can the Google Classroom be shared or copied in their entirety with other Google teachers? Can you share the classroom?
Normally, when you create one, you can, so the option that you have is to copy the invitation link. You can edit, you can copy, you can archive. Even if I copy, it's going to be created for you, because you are the owner, and Google wants you to be responsible in what you share, that in this moment you cannot share with somebody else. So I cannot copy the entire Google and send it to somebody else. It's impossible. I know that for the Pathfinder Explorer class, in my case, I put a lot of time and effort, because I created my personal growth section, my spiritual discovery section, serving others. I have a lot of material in there, and I would like to share this one with somebody else, but I don't think that is possible in the moment. I basically have everything covered in my Google Classroom to be able to teach my Explorer class, but unfortunately I cannot share it in this moment.
What is the cost of Google Premium for the church?
The cost for Google Premium for the church is actually free. All you have to do is basically go to the Google admin and kind of like apply, saying that your church is a nonprofit. You have to provide the tax number and different things. And that way you have your premium features where you can create email accounts for the church, everybody in there, and all your students. You noticed in my class, I have alfredo.lopez@sdagarland.org. That's basically my premium email account. Because I'm the administrator, I can create an email account for Pathfinder, for Master Guides, for everything. It's actually free, but you have to go through the paperwork in order to be able to request it and be able to use it. And the best thing is, like, since everything is all together, you have more features like a company, but it's free.
How did you set up the weekly Bible readings in Google Classroom? Were they set up to be graded, or was it set up as a quiz, or what?
Yeah, so the way that we did the Bible reading is, of course, we went to the stream, right? And to the classroom, and we created assignments for them. So the assignment was basically read this and that, and we started to provide the information. Like if I click on one,
The weekly devotion.
oh, I'm sorry, the weekly devotionals. If I go to one, we provided the Bible verses, we provided everything that they need to read, and then we provided the assignment. Basically ask them, hey, you need to read that and show me that you actually read it. Like you have to either record a video or to take photos, stuff like that, and be able to answer that. So the questions were there, and we asked questions for each verse on the Bible. When they provided that back, we were able to grade that. So that's how we did the weekly devotional, by setting up the questions, the assignment, the questions. We knew exactly if they knew the answer to each Bible verse based on the question and the answer.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Is there any other question? If not, thank you so much again for joining the class. I know that we're going to have a break. And after the break, we should be able to join in the next hour. And again, my information is there. You want to copy or send me an email or additional questions, feel free to do so. Thank you again, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Alfredo. We will take a short 15-minute break. You don't have to log off of Zoom. You can stay logged in, but we're gonna take about a 15-minute break, and we'll start again exactly at 4 o'clock. Thanks, everybody. Hi, Abby.
Hey there, how you doing?
Hello. Okay.
Um,
So if you want, you can start sharing your screen if you have something to share, and then we can go from there.
yeah, sure.
And we have a few minutes here, so.
Yeah, let me just figure this out. Let me make this full screen for me.
Okay. And for everybody else, we'll be starting in about 2 or 3 minutes. So
Great.
cool. There we go. Looking good. Okay. Excellent.
Okay. Are you allowing them to speak?
Um,
There's a lot, correct?
yeah, there's 117 people. So I think for right now, up to this point, we've been doing questions through the chat. And then whenever you want, you can, open up questions, and then you can ask me, and then I'll kind of comb through and filter the questions out there, and then I'll verbally give it to you.
Okay,
All
great.
right.
Thank you.
Cool.
Hi, Hermana Noemi. Oh my goodness. Hi. I haven't seen you in forever with this quarantine. Okay, let's see. What time is it? We have 1 more minute to go.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. All right, so good afternoon once again, everybody. Welcome to your next session. Let us have a word of prayer first of all. Let us close our eyes. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the Sabbath, Lord. Thank you for giving us rest. Thank you for this past weekend. And thank you for allowing us to be together here this afternoon. Please allow us to gain knowledge, learn lots of things to better serve you, but also to better serve others. Thank you for all your blessings. We ask that you remain with us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Okay, here we go. Whoops. No, I got ahead of myself. Okay, so happy Sabbath, everyone. The title of this session is Icebreakers, Activities for Pathfinders. But I have decided to include a whole bunch of resources that I absolutely love, that I have created myself even, that I have used in the past and that I continue using. Okay, so it's going to be a whole bunch of information in a short period of time. However, I recommend that if you are liking something or something interests you, for you to just take a screenshot of your screen so that you can have that information, right? I know that these sessions are being recorded. You're going to have access to them at a later time. But if you want access to the resources right now, I suggest you just take a picture. Okay, so here we go. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Abby Garza. I am from Laredo, Texas. I'm originally from Mexico, but I grew up in Laredo. I've been here since the age of 4 years old. I absolutely love it. I'm a border type girl. And I am currently a teacher at our local university. I teach incoming freshmen, the freshmen that are graduating high school, and I teach them research. I teach them how to do proper scholarly research at the university level. I taught in high school before for about 6.5 years. I felt a need to keep going, perhaps grow professionally, and I ended up where I'm at right now. I'm very happy. I love my job. I love teaching, but I also love my church. I love God. I love creating resources for people. I love using all types of resources as well, inside and outside of church. So I do have a YouTube channel where I offer church or Christian resources. I focus on icebreakers, on activities, on dinámicas, activities that you can do with your groups at church to simply continue the motivation to be creative, to spark interest, right? Not just with kids, not just with the youth, but also for adults. I think that's very, very important. So I included a verse here, Genesis 1:27, that says, "So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them." So I love this verse because it's a reminder that God gave us abilities just like his. He made us in his own image, so we can do similar things as he can. We cannot create as he creates, of course, but we can certainly come up with ideas. We can certainly come up with ways to reach others and to bring people to Christ. We can help our Pathfinders in our clubs with different types of sources as well. So just keep in mind that you are a creator. Sometimes we believe that, inspiration doesn't come to me easy. I'm not very creative. It's okay. Everybody is a creator. You just have to find the appropriate way for you, or find what you like so that you can then implement it somehow and be able to help others. Okay, so keep that in mind. Let's move into icebreakers. I believe everyone knows what an icebreaker is. If you don't, let me just give you a few definitions. Certain definitions exist, but these are the ones that I like the best. An icebreaker is a short activity, really, really brief, that arouses interest, that encourages participants. It creates harmony, and I should have bolded the word unity. I should have underlined it or something, because it unites people in a group. And unity is a great thing. When you have unity within your church, when you have it within your club, it brings about trust. It brings about this friendly climate where it's safe to learn, it's safe to enjoy, and it's safe to grow. Okay, so an icebreaker is an incredible thing that can benefit you in many, many ways. I included also object lessons. I absolutely love these type of lessons because you take a relatable and a relevant object and you extract a lesson from it, a moral, right, from the Bible. Anything that God teaches us in the Bible, we can apply it pretty much to any object and make that into a lesson so that we can learn something a lot quicker, a lot easier. And I included object lessons along with icebreakers. These are two great things that you can do within the club. Some of your kids sometimes need object lessons, another way of learning things, another easier way to implement such teachings from the Bible so that they can relate to them and understand them a lot better. For example, if I should have brought in a little soap with me, a box of, shower soap. So pretend I have a Dove bar soap with me right here. An object lesson, a quick one, could be, guys, what do I have right here? It's a soap, correct? Can I already use it to shower? You're going to get responses, no, right? Because you haven't opened that box. So then you start saying, well, no, I can't. I have to open the box and then use the soap. And the soap is used to clean my body, remove any dirt that I may have, remove anything that I don't want on my body. So then you bring in a biblical teaching saying that, Christ died for us in the cross so that we could be clean. Just like a soap, we have to open the box and we have to use it. The same thing with Christ, okay? We have to let him in. We have to open ourselves to him so that he can come in and cleanse us from our sins. And that's it. Notice we have a soap tied into a biblical teaching, and it helps, I was going to say students, it helps your kids in the club learn that quickly and understand it a lot better than just reading the Bible directly in the way it is. We, of course, want them to read the Bible, right? But we want to simplify it a little bit so that they can learn. Okay, so icebreakers, I love. Object lessons, I absolutely love. Moving on. Let's talk about adolescent development. It's very, very important for us to be familiar with the development, the mental development of your adolescents. Okay, that way we can help them a lot better. We know what they're going through, we know certain characteristics of them. So then we know what activities to implement, what structure to have in the club, and what to bring them so that we can better serve them. So characteristics of adolescence. We have age in the first column, we have characteristics in the second, materials and strategies to use for that age group. Let's take a look at the first one. Kids ages 9 through 11 years of age, their characteristics are activity, okay? They're very, very active. They enjoy participating. They're very competitive with their peers. They have great memorization skills. And at this age, they're developing their talents. They're getting to know themselves and knowing what they like and discovering what they're good at. So how can we take advantage of that age group and to implement materials and strategies to better serve them? We can use general challenges, okay, competitions within the club so they can have fun, but they can also learn at the same time. We want to implement perhaps skits, why not? Bible quizzes, detailed crafts, verse memorization. Enjoy being involved in groups. They want to be with their friends at this age. Adolescents, everything revolves around their friends. That's their world, right? So involving them in groups within their peers, in a safe environment, doing something fun like the club, learning, walking in God's path, perfect way to keep them motivated. Another age group, 12 years to 14 years, their characteristics, they're very, very practical at this age. They have a challenging and adventurous spirit. They test their limits at this age. They want to know how far they can get before knowing, wait a minute, I'm not there yet. I'm not old enough. So they enjoy exploring the world. They are highly influenced by their peers as well, or like I mentioned, rather. And they go through varying periods of great energy, but at the same time, great fatigue. They're developing physically, but their mind is also developing at the same time. So we may see them energetic, and then all of a sudden they don't want to do anything. So that's the challenge, okay? We've got to find a balance between that. Materials and strategies that we can do. We can offer open, safe, honest conversations. And before going any further, I encourage you to get to know your students, your children, your adolescents, your youth, okay? All types of ages. This is important to do. You have to know them. You have to be their friend, but at the same time, having this fine line between you being the authority, right? The director or the leader of the club. But we want to get to know them. We want to offer that safety so they can come to us and we can help them better. Because if we have a barrier, we're not very comfortable with them. We really don't know them. We don't know what they like. We don't know what school they go to. We don't know how they're doing academically or at home. Then how can we help them if we really don't know them? Emphasis on the importance of making good decisions. Okay, this is the age where we start drilling a little bit more of the Bible. Because they start growing up, they start making now their own decisions. They know right from wrong. And of course, we want them to make the good decisions, correct? And we want to include Bible challenges as well, many reflection questions so that they can think deeply, think outside the box, think critically about what they're studying. We want to maybe conduct investigations. Why not? Let them choose a topic of the Bible and let them explore while you guide them at the same time. There's this great activity that I know where you divide your club into groups and you give them a topic, for example, drugs or tattoos. Tattoos would be a good one because they're very curious about that. Drugs too, right? But tattoos, let's use that example. So one group makes a list. They write a list of why we can tattoo our bodies. Why not? It's our body, right? It's our choice. And then you have the other group saying, okay, why can't we? What does the Bible say? Let's make a list. And then they themselves discover, you know what? This is what God says. And this is what society says. So they're making their own discoveries instead of you telling them what to do, or instead of the parents telling them what to do. It's a great activity for them to discover truth. So that's excellent to implement with them. We want to read with them, of course, guided, and have competitions because they're active and that's what they like, socialization. And then we have 15 years of age through 18. I know Pathfinders are just up to age 15, but we want to know a little bit more too, because we want to know where they're headed. Okay, and we still work with them at church in master guides, right? So characteristics at this age: have a critical, practical, and adventurous spirit, just the same as the younger ones. They're more responsible, they're more independent, even more, with occasions of a lot of insecurity and reflection on who they are, who they want to be, or why am I here in church? Is the Bible true? Right? Or does God really exist? So they go through this stage where we just need to guide them directly with truth. So how can we do that? We can have honest conversations, keep those up. Remember the trust within you getting to know each other. That's what a leader does, caring for their club. You want to implement more focused study regarding a personal relationship with Christ. We want to talk about companionship, couples, romance, right? Professions. It's very important for them to start now really deepening their study in the doctrines so that then they can have a personal relationship with Christ, a deep one. If it's possible for you to have missionary trips, that would be excellent. I know that's tough, especially now in these times, right? But just keep in mind that that's possible and that would help you quite a bit. And participation in ministries is key to keep them motivated, to keep them busy and involved. So, creativity. I love this verse because it says, whatever you do, work at it with all of your heart. I mentioned before that sometimes we feel frustrated, we don't know what to do, we don't feel inspired, but God is on our side, okay? And He put you there in the position that you're in right now because you need to be there. He has you there for a reason. You may not understand it, you may not know why right now, but you're there for one specific reason or several reasons, and you just have to keep going. So whatever it is you do, work at it with all your heart. If you feel that you need help, then look for it. There's plenty of resources online, and that's why I'm here to share them with you. And you can always simply ask for help. But the number one thing that we're supposed to do is go to God. Put it in prayer, correct? Because we can do anything in Him that strengthens us. So creativity. Creativity demands innovation. Innovation is basically something new, a change, a novelty, something different that you do out of the ordinary, out of the routine. So creativity demands innovating, doing something different. For example, implementing new ideas, new concepts, new practices. This all promotes interest within the kids in the club. Okay, so if there's an element of surprise, you're going to keep them wondering what's next. Okay, they're going to be excited. They want to meet with you next. They can't wait for Sunday to come about. So implementing new things, new concepts, new practices is key. Now that sounds easy, right? Sometimes it only takes a little icebreaker. You don't have to prep for it much. It's just something different that you're doing and they're having fun before they start learning something. Sometimes other activities take longer to plan out and they're a lot more loaded with information or resources, but it's all worth it for the kids. If you do something different, they're gonna like it. So let me introduce you to a few sources. Now, this ministry right here, and you can take a screenshot, this would be the time. This ministry, E625, are resources in Spanish. I still wanted to share it with you. I know this is an English session, but I cannot not share it because most of us are Hispanic. Perhaps many of us speak both languages, right? English and Spanish, so this could still help you. These resources are based on the development of 5 stages that children go through toward adulthood. So you and I went through these 5 stages when we were younger. So your kids at the club are somewhere here, okay? And the founder is Lucas Leis. If you want to find his books, they're excellent too. He has many written books. He's a doctor in theology, and he focuses on neuroscience as well, like the development of the mind in these 5 areas. So let me show you their website. I've talked about creativity, correct? And maybe you're wondering, okay, yes, but how do I do that? How do I come up with new ideas? How do I innovate? How do I bring about interest? Get yourself some help. There's plenty of resources online. For example, 100 ideas. Let me take you there. And these are bundles, okay? You can acquire these or purchase these individually. But I wanted to cover as many resources as I could and not make this presentation so long. So I grabbed the bundles that they have so that you can see the different books. So again, these are in Spanish. Hopefully they can also help you. So we have 100 ideas for kids. We have 100 ideas for pre-adolescents. We have 100 ideas for adolescents. And they have for older kids also, universitarios, right? For perhaps your master guides that you will work with in the future. Okay, so 100 ideas. Grab yourself a book like that and you have 100 ideas perhaps for the next year. They're not complicated ideas. Sometimes it's the most basic thing that the kids enjoy and you enjoy. So there's that. The Bible in a Year, great books as well. Another bundle, you can acquire these individually. They have 50 lessons from Genesis to Revelation for kids, pre-adolescents, adolescents, and universitarios, okay? Master guides, let's say. Lessons that you can perhaps tie into your meetings on Sundays, devotionals, practices that you do within the club. They have amazing Bibles, which I absolutely love, and I have 2 of these here with me. This is a Bible for teachers of children, a Bible for teachers who work with adolescents. And these Bibles are incredible. They're amazing. I have this one. I love the cover. And the one for kids as well. And I love these because every single book of the Bible has an introduction for you, the teacher. So it tells you who wrote it, right? How can I implement this book for the kids? How do I teach it? You have a little section here. And how do I relate this book to my kids or my adolescents? Okay, so these 2 Bibles are incredible resources for you so that you can know more about the Bible. I'm sure you do. But how to implement activities, strategies, how to use the book to relate it to them and make it relevant, these 2 Bibles help you out a lot. They also have counseling resources for kids and for adolescents. And it's basically a manual to tell you more about the development of these kids, how you can help them, how you can implement strategies so that they can be motivated, so that they can be interested in the Word of God and, of course, in the club. They have the Adolescent Bundle, where you can perhaps make a bundle for yourself, acquire the 100 ideas for adolescents, the lessons, and the Bible, and the manual. And the same thing for children, just in case you ever want to recommend it for your peers over in Adventurers. So they have the lessons for kids, manual, how to grow your ministry with the kids, and then the 100 ideas. Okay, so this again is e625.com, incredible resources based on real research. So I absolutely love them. So let me go back in case someone missed taking the picture. And by the way, E625, the E stands for especialidades, specialties, and the 6 and the 25 mean that from the age of 6 years old to the age of 25, that is a critical amount of years that we have in church or in your club to set a good foundation for these kids to then remain in church for the rest of their lives. Okay, so this is based on research from Dr. Lays. What happened to my cursor? Okay, so it's research from this guy right here saying that he has done experiments, or not experiments, investigations regarding this age group. So that's quite interesting. I've read a few of his books and they're amazing. So let's move on then. Other resources. Remember I talked about object lessons. Again, it's just simply using a common or familiar object to illustrate and learn a biblical truth. If you make it relevant, familiar, if you use examples like these, it just makes your lessons stick a lot better. So object lessons, and you're gonna see that this is for children, but let me give you just one little tip for activities, for icebreakers, for dinámicas, for activities of integration, object lessons. All of these can be adapted, not just with children, but adolescents, with the youth, and even with adults. And I'm not gonna lie, I've used some of these before the pandemic. I've used some of these activities in church. Okay, I've just taken out the whole object thing and used the idea for the teaching, and so that they can learn just the Bible teaching. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of you, there's a whole bunch of them here that you can use. And I'm going to give you in a bit my social media. If you ever want to look for me and request more sources, I can provide you with some more object lessons and things like that. There's books on Amazon as well that I've seen, complete with object lessons. And those are targeted for older children as well. Okay. Another resource that I absolutely love is the app, YouVersion. Okay, I don't know if any of you have heard of it, but it's also amazing. And this is a great way to have your kids in the club read the Bible. It's great to read the Bible physically, but if you want to implement more interaction, you can read the Bible with them and have plans designated specifically for a topic. Maybe some of you already know of this app, but you've got a whole bunch of devotionals here ranging from any book in the Bible to any spiritual topic like drugs or relationships, anxiety, even COVID-19. COVID-19, they've updated a few plans where you can go in there and study yourself or with a group of people. You just add yourself to the app, you add your friends, and then you say, hey, we're going to study this app daily. You study that devotional or study the book of the Bible. You can come back into your club and make it a lot more of a bigger interaction or bigger learning activity with them. Okay, but the point is to keep them reading the Bible, having a relationship with God, aside from everything that you have to teach them. So YouVersion Bible app is an amazing tool. And then I'm here to also tell you that you have a resource in YouTube. You have my social media here on Instagram and on Facebook. And I'm simply mentioning this YouTube channel, which is mine, because I focus on sharing resources. It's a Spanish channel, just because I've always attended a Hispanic church. But there's plenty of resources that you can find. If you go to playlists, I have everything organized where you can find videos for the youth, tips. It's going to start playing. Hang on. Just want you to take a look at the list of videos. I give you a few tips, how to prepare a lesson, how to motivate the youth, how do you make programs a little bit more exciting, activities out in the air. I've got a good variety of resources that you're welcome to use, obviously. I have icebreakers, games, Zoom ideas for kids, Zoom ideas for the youth. Okay. Plenty of resources there for you to also take a look at. And that is it. Any comments or questions, please go ahead and put them in the chat. These images I found from an Adventist page in Portuguese. I believe it's from Brazil, but they make amazing, amazing designs like these, and they're free. They give you the link so that you can use in your presentations, or you can use in Zoom perhaps, or in whatever it is you do for your club, okay? So you can print them out too, but here's the name in case you are interested.
Hey, Abby.
Yes.
Some of the, it looks like you only shared your PowerPoint screen instead of the whole desktop. So the websites that you were showing were not visible. Is it possible for you to stop sharing your screen and then share the whole desktop instead of just the PowerPoint app?
I thought it would share my whole desktop. Doesn't it do that automatically? How do I share my whole entire thing?
You might have to just share the screen again. Yep.
Sorry, guys. Let's see.
Yep. And then in the meantime, if anybody else has any questions, if you can type it in the comment section. Yes, okay. I'm still seeing only the PowerPoint. So when you're sharing the screen, are you sharing the whole desktop or?
I thought it would do that.
Yeah.
As soon as I opened the, can you see
that?
That's my whole desktop right there. I can see it complete.
Yeah, we can only see your PowerPoint right now, like the one that starts with 100 ideas and yeah.
Wow, I am so sorry. How can I do that then?
If you stop sharing the screen again, stop sharing the screen.
Okay, stop sharing.
And then if you click on share screen, there should be, instead of the PowerPoint, there should be like desktop 1 or desktop. Is that what you were doing?
I'm not sure. I don't get desktop. Let's see. I click on screen sharing. Oh, desktop 1. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, can you see
now,
that?
Yes. If you can do that, that'll be much better.
Apologize again, guys.
So,
okay. So these are the resources. If I go back to the presentation, it'll still share everything, correct? It should.
I believe so. Yeah. Now it should. Yes.
Okay, so now these are the books that I was recommending. Again, they're bundles. You can grab them individually. And then I showed you all the books that they have.
Yes, we can see the websites now. Yep.
Great.
Perfect.
Great. So these are the ones that I told you about. Lessons for kids, pre-adolescents, adolescents, and older students. For kids, your Bibles are right here. These are the ones that I showed you. Incredible resources that I love. Is there a way I can send them the presentation too?
Yes, that's a good question. So one of the participants asked if you could share that PowerPoint. If you could share that as, send that to us, then we'll share it with everybody else that has registered. We can share that.
Okay.
Okay. Cool. Let's see. One of the questions in the chat is, do you have the resources in English?
The Ministerios 625, this one is unfortunately just in Spanish. They only produce Spanish for now. I think they are looking into having some English resources, but they have a lot of them. And I'm not sure when that would be.
Okay.
When they come up with English resources. The object lessons are in English. The view version, of course, you have the option for that. And my channel is in Spanish.
Okay. Another question is, for the object lessons, what is the link for that? If you can share that
I can get you. I can just copy and paste this right now.
into the chat. Cool.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing for now.
Okay.
You can get to the chat a lot quicker. Here you go.
Cool.
Oh, there's a file here. Can I share the PowerPoint presentation through here, correct? Or do you want me to send it to
Yeah, if you could send it to us,
okay,
that would be probably the best. Yeah, because we're gonna kind of package it all the presentations together and then share it with everyone.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions, comments, anything that you want to share? Have you been implementing something within your clubs that you want to share with us? Something that has worked or something that doesn't work, but you're trying to do it differently? Anything that you'd like to share? Amazing Facts is another good resource from Pastor Doug Batchelor. I'm sure you all are familiar with that, some of you.
Okay.
Can we see the address for? Let me copy and paste it here for you.
Right. So the question was, somebody had a question about, can we see the address for the Pathfinder images? Yes. I'm assuming they're referring to some of the icons that you use in your PowerPoint presentation. They were very, very cool.
Yeah, I love them too. Okay, they can be found on Facebook. I just sent it to everyone.
Cool. Cool.
Okay. Back towards the Bible Project. Yes, they're on YouTube, right? Really, really great source too. We have been using games such as a version of Minefield, Bible Jeopardy, etc. Bible Jeopardy. So you have to create your own presentation, right? I assume for that Bible Jeopardy. That's fun. Okay. Anything else? No one is brave enough to say something or share something? Anything?
Okay, it looks like somebody's going to be sharing a link to Jeopardy online. So yeah, maybe we can have that link.
Okay. Great. Oh, there it is. I think it chopped it off though. Oh no, that's not the same person. They sent another link. Another person sent another link. Abigail, hey, I like your name. You're very welcome. It's my pleasure to be here. Again, you can feel free to contact me and I'm here to help. I absolutely love doing this and yeah, serving God. So praise God, Norma. Yeah, all for his glory.
Okay.
Everyone's so quiet and silent. Another session, they were so chatty and we wanted to turn on all the mics and there was so much commotion. It was great.
Okay.
Kahoot for quizzes. Kids love that. Yeah, Kahoot. And I discovered another one, Aha Slides. I'm sorry, Kian.
Maybe.
I'm just going to type it in really quick.
Sure. Maybe what I can do is, I don't know, we haven't done it here on this one, but maybe at least for the next 5-10 minutes, we can allow people to ask questions verbally if they want to, if you're okay with that. I don't know how it will go.
Certainly, we can try.
Yeah. All right. So if you want, you can unmute yourself and ask a question if you would like.
How do you do an icebreaker virtually? What kind, like, could you give like sort of an example?
Sure, sure, I can give you one. And there's plenty of them in my channel, and that's why I referred you there. But one icebreaker that we can do, for example, right now, if we wanted to get to know each other, one could be holding an imaginary ball, right? And let's say we don't know each other very well, so we can put whatever category we want. For example, what is our favorite color, let's say, or our favorite food. So I would grab my ball and say, my favorite food is pizza. Dulce, catch the ball. So I'm going to throw it to Dulce. So she grabs it. She would, of course, have her mic on, her camera on, and say, great, okay, so my favorite food is blah. And then she passes it to another person, and then another, and then another, and then another. You can switch the category then to a fun fact about yourself, your favorite verse, your favorite hymn, or something about the club. What do you like most about the club? Okay, so we can continue trying. Okay, I passed it on to Dulce. What's your favorite food now?
Hey, hello. My favorite what?
Food.
Oh, my favorite food is the soup. And then I throw the ball
Yeah, you would choose and mention someone.
to Andre.
To Andre or Andre?
Bilania
Yeah, Villania.
is not there.
No, they don't even have a cam, I don't think.
Okay.
Or you can pass it to Keith. But y'all got the gist of it, right?
Okay, so then I would catch the ball, and I
Right.
would say my favorite food is sushi.
Nice.
And then I pass the ball to let's see, Kai, Jeremy, Reason. Oops,
My favorite food is pizza.
pizza.
Well, we can't see him. Easily turn into chaos. Okay, so again, everyone would have their cameras on, their mics on, or maybe not, but they can just unmute and mute right when they throw the ball or they catch it.
Mhm.
That could be one. Another idea that I love, this is used for kids, but also for older children and also for adults, where let's say that you're starting your club meeting and you're going to be discussing whatever topic or devotional in class. So you're going to ask the kids, okay, you have to bring an object from home, let's say a spoon. So they have to run to the kitchen, grab the spoon, bring it up to the camera. Whoever's first will win. And then you tell them, okay, so a spoon, then you can start your lesson, right? Related to the lesson for that day or whatever it is they're going to be learning, or the specialty, whatever it is you want to concentrate on. So then you can send them off again for another object if you wish. One Instagram, but it's also in Spanish, that's a thing. One Instagram that I absolutely love are Los Mellis Silva. That's their name. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. They're twin pastors, and they're engaged to twin sisters. Anyway, it's really, really cute. But what they do is they hold their club at home, and they call it Club en Casa, club at home. So they hold weekly Instagram lives where they invite people, and they've invited me. So I went off and did the specialty of the pizza, how to cook pizzas. So they do it live, and they just read what the kids have to do for that specialty. We show a little pizza, we talk to them, and we guide them through that specialty. At the end, the ones watching, thank you very much, whoever sent that, they're amazing. They sent you all the link on the chat. And the people that attend, they have to take a picture with their phone that they were there to prove that they were there. And then the rest of the week, they work on that specialty. So they have to tag the Instagram page saying, hey, I've completed this. And then at the end of the week, these two pastors sent them a little mini certification. So they have that digitally. These people, they can print it out or take it to their director and show, hey, I've completed the specialty of pizza. So now what do you want me to do so that I can get my patch, right? So then the director there decides what to do. Okay, now you just have to complete this or that, but they're actually progressing in the club, and it's very, very successful for them. So the same thing could be done for adventurers. I'm going to recommend that as well. But yeah, we can create, guys. We can be so creative, and we're making it work. We're surviving so well. It's tough, but at the same time, look at us now. We have evolved a lot more than we were, right? Technology is amazing, and we were already escalating with all these cell phones and things, and now everything turned to technology. So now it's boosting. So we're going to be experts at the end of all this, God willing. Ivan has a good idea there. That's a good one for the icebreaker. And right, there's no excuses not to do it. You have God by your side. You can think of many, many great ideas, and there's resources to help you too.
Cool.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Last minute. So we have to close the session, correct?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Abby.
No, thank you all. It was a pleasure.
All right.
Good meeting you and seeing you.
Okay. Thank
May
you.
God bless you and help you with everything.
Excellent. Excellent.
Thanks.
Cool. Thank you, Abby.
Take
All
care.
right. Okay, we're going to do one more 15-minute break, and then we will have our last session for today, starting promptly at 5 o'clock. Thanks, everybody. Hi, Rodrigo.
Hello, my friend.
Hello. All right, good to see you again. All right, if you can share your screen, then we can start. I think
Yeah.
Pastor Tenorio said he will be joining as well.
First of all, you can help me with questions. I think I think in the final it's better for me.
Okay.
But if you can join and
yes, maybe I'll send it to you via text to your WhatsApp. The questions.
Yeah, perfect.
Is that okay? Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Okay. Hello, my friends. How are you? I'm Rodrigo Dorval. I'm talk from Brazil. I'm Brazilian. I speak Portuguese, but I'm trying to speak English. I was speaking in the Spanish too. Imagine one Brazilian talking in the Spanish and in the English, but I speak Portuguese. It's a nice experience. Okay, Abigail, good to see you again. Yes, I remember you. Yes, good things. I type in the chat the link for you, PADCMS. It's a link. If you can click in this link, please. And while this, let me explain better about this project. Okay, I'm Rodrigo.
Hey, Rodrigo, sorry. I think Pastor Tenorio said he would like to give a little intro for you first.
Okay.
So let's wait. You deserve an intro. So
sorry,
let's let Pastor Tenorio do that. Hold on one second.
Está con presa, Rodrigo, ¿eh?
El hombre está en todos los videos.
That's right. I moved from one to the other, buddy.
Good.
Hello, Pathfinders, leaders and Master Guide leaders. Thank you guys for being with us, for making it this far into our training. And well, just to give a little bit of insight on Rodrigo, I call him the Steve Jobs of South America. And we went with a special team from Texas to the South American Camporee. I think it was about 2 years ago. And everybody kept saying the same thing. You need to talk to Rodrigo. Because we went specifically to grab ideas, to get on just different things, you know, to see how they're doing ministry on that side of the world. And Rodrigo was the main man. And so we went and spoke with him, and he started showing us this program that he had developed just for club ministries. And it was impactful because it literally had everything that a coordinator, that a director of a club, that a counselor, that a treasurer, a secretary of a club needed, all in one. As you guys already know, we use Ultra Camp, but Ultra Camp was created for summer camp. You know, it is made for summer camp. And so it is challenging many times to adapt it to club ministries. So we were sold on it as soon as we saw everything that it had for us. And we started in the process with Rodrigo on how we could bring it to Texas. So Florida also was on the same path, and yes, Florida already has started using it, and with success. And we delay a little bit because of the whole coronavirus, but we have good news, and that is that the North American division has also taken on this challenge to take on this program. And so I'm gonna let Rodrigo now talk to you guys about the different things that you can do. He's going to show you how we can adapt it and pretty much it's amazing. So thank you, Rodrigo, for being with us. And he's been teaching today 4 classes, all back to back, nonstop, in English, in Spanish, for adventures, for master guys. So thank you, Rodrigo. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you for this invitation. Okay. This is my last presentation in this afternoon, but with a main group, Pathfinders. I'm Pathfinder. I'm come to Adventist Church by the Pathfinders Club. It's my great love in my life. Okay, the link I sent you by the chat for everybody. Okay, you can see, you can follow me. PAD CMS, it's an actual link, but about this question is PAD CMS will be changed probably in the next month. Why? 2 reasons. Because in this moment, PAD CMS, it's exclusively for Pathfinders, Adventures, and Master Guide clubs. But in the next month, will be not only to Master Guides and Pathfinders and Adventures clubs, but to young ministries too. They will use the same system with clubs, okay? But until this moment, PID is Pathfinders Adventures Department, CMS is Club Management System. But the next month will be Youth Ministry Management System, okay? But probably the link, the name, everything will change it. Okay, I will share with you the 3 ways that you can request your account, okay? You can request your account by one page, by the conference, or by your coordinator. I will show you the first. I'm share my screen. Okay, where? Yes.
So if you click on the share screen and then desktop one.
You can see my screen? Excellent,
Yes,
okay.
we can see.
This is a login page by the CMS, okay? The name included, change it, Youth Ministry Management System. See the red button, request reactivate account. It's the first way that you can request your account, the new account in the CMS system. I'm clicking this button. Okay, first of all, the system speaks 3 languages: Portuguese, Spanish, and the main language, English. Okay, I think in more 4 months, the French is the more one language available in the system. Okay, 4 languages: English, Spanish, Portuguese, and French. The system have levels. The first level is the vision. In ID example, they will see, they can see example, all the statistics by the clubs. Only statistics, okay? No the personal data, no the secret data, only the numbers, only the name of clubs, is general statistics. The same thing with a union. The first level is division, the second level is union. They can see the statistics too. The third level is conference, okay? They can see more informations, but know the personal information, but they can see the name of directors, they can see the regions, the coordinators, but always, my friends, the personal data, only the club can see these personal data, okay? It's a main thing, it's a main information about this, because always one person requests me, Rodrigo, about personal data, who can see, who can access, who can export, Okay, only the club can see, only the club can export, only the club can register. It's an important thing. It's a special thing about this. Division level, union level, conference level. We have coordinator level. When I speak level, I'm talking about models, permissions, roles, functions, tools, okay? The division have their tools, unions the same, the conference the same, the coordinators, they have a special models, the clubs, they have a models, and the last level, no, the other level is the counselor. The counselor can access the data by or about your units example, about their units example. Okay, it's a general information about the system. Yes, I can see this login page. I will return again. Request and activate an account. It's the first way that you can request your account. The question is, you already have one login in the CMS, yes or no? Rodrigo, no, it's my first time in the system. Okay, you need to select to choose this option. Yes, one message, complete your registration. You need to choose the conference. In the future, the Texas conference appears in this combo. You need to choose the church. You need to choose your club. Example, in one church, I can access or I can register or I can see better the Pathfinders, Adventures, Master Guide, all the ministries in the church I can see or I can register, okay? I can instead register in this case. Example, the Autona Club, my role. I have 3, club assistant director, or sometimes vice director, the other conference call it these, club director or club secretary, okay? One question, Rodrigo, how many accounts or how many users we can have in my club example? Listen, usually you have 3. My suggestion is 3 accounts in one club. One for the director, one for the secretary, and one for the treasury. But sometimes you have one big club with a lot of kids. An example, you have one coordinator, a special coordinator for to manage the classes, the honors, the unities, the example in the adventures case, network family. In this case, you can have more than 3 accounts. You can have 4 or 5, a lot of accounts. What are you want, okay? But usually 3 accounts, it's a good thing. Your full name, your gender, but if you're baptized or not. This text, it's about a Sterling volunteer. It's a good information. It's a good news for you because the CMS or the Youth Ministry Management System works with Sterling volunteer server. How or why? Because in the older times or in the old times, you need to register there in the Sterling Volunteers website. You need to request an account there. You need to request a permission there. You need to wait the response there in the website from them. But after this, the conference manually needs approve or not these Sterling volunteer requests. The good news is by the CMS, this part is automatically. It's not a manually function. Iris don't need to approve each profile or each account by the Pathfinders or Adventures or Master Guide clubs. It's a good news. Everything in the CMS in the Sterling volunteer, they talking with them automatically. It's a good thing. Because this, the Texas conference example, can create one text, Pastor, it's a good thing for you. You can create one text about a Sterling volunteer, the main informations to the directors, to the clubs about this, what is Sterling volunteer, how they can request one permission, account, I don't know. And they can insert in this field the verification date when they request this Sterling volunteer account or special permission, okay? The cell phone, email, state, city, username, password, and this part, it's a privacy policy and the terms of use from the NID about a security, about a privacy, about a use of the system, who can access, who can see the data, everything about this you can read in this privacy text, in the privacy policy text, okay? Definitions, everything about this. It's a first way that you can request one account, okay, director? The second way, by your conference, you can talk with them and you can request from them one account for you, for your club. And the third way, it's by your coordinator. Included, I trained the coordinators in the Texas conference on January, I think. I trained, I think everybody, and they can set or they can release accounts to the clubs, okay? You have three ways for this one, this request an account. Okay, I will share again, but I will share my system in this moment, okay? Pastor Tenorio and my friend, I don't know the name.
Key.
Yes. Help me about questions. In the final, I will respond to the same questions. Oh, a lot of questions. Yes, in the chat.
The only one I have so far is I'll just tell you.
Yes,
so
yes.
I think Pastor Tenori already answered it, but one of the questions is, did you say Texas conference has access to this? He went to access the new account and he didn't see the Texas conference listed.
I will respond to the final. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I will share again my screen, but now I will share my system. Okay, that's it. I create one club. I create one club from Florida conference because it's better. I choose one club from them because if I choose one Texas conference club, it's a big problem. Oh, I know this club, I know that club, I don't know. But in the Florida conference, you never see this club. Included this club, it's one demo Pathfinder club, it's one test club because I use this club for the trainings. It's a good thing. If you are a coordinator, example, you can request for the Texas conference example, you can request one account or user in one demo Pathfinder or Adventure Club for the trainings. You can do your trainings with your directors. It's a good thing. It's a good idea, suggestion for you using a demo or testing Pathfinders or Adventures Club. I'm using one. See, it's my user. It's my main testing club director. Okay, the system, it's very, very simple. The system have three parts, okay? The top, the header, the main part or the big part is a main part when you can see the information, the data, everything about a mod list. And the left part, you can see the mod list, okay? This is your permissions, this is your tools. One club or in the club level, you have 23 mod lists available for you, okay? Repeat, you have a 23 mod lists available for the club level, okay? Other levels have other quantities, but for the club levels, you have 23 mod lists or functions or tools. What is modly for me? When I say, when I speak modly, online courses, it's one modly. inside the online courses module, you have a courses. It's a one sub module or one internal module, okay? The system have online courses module, and inside this module, you can see one sub module or internal module. I don't know is the better words or phrase for this, but I call it sub module, one internal module. Online courses example, the conference can create online courses from the clubs. Example, courses to directors, to counselors, to chaplains, to secretaries, treasuries. You can create in the conference level, you can create courses, trainings, online trainings to the clubs. And the clubs can see videos, downloads, materials, items, classes. They can do, example, a quiz, and the final they can fill, or they can do one evaluation, one final evaluation, and if they pass in this evaluation, they can generate one digital certificate online by this model. It's a good thing. Here in the South America, one example, we have one training about kids, about like a external volunteer, about security, about kids, about laws and the protection to the kids. And we have in the South America one course about this with 10,000 students in this course, in this online course, studying online about Brazilian laws, about other countries in the South America, laws about kids, about protection of kids. It's a good thing. It's a good, included because of pandemic, it's a good tools for you, for your conference example. Events, it's a good, it's a nice model because you remember the conference every time, all the times, they can, they need events, and they need a registers, they need payments. And because this, by the system, inside the system, you have one module called events, and this module have one internal module called register. In the system, you can pay by 3 ways, or you have three methods for the payments. Free payments, it's only the registered names. PayPal payment, included the Texas conference have one PayPal account, or deposit payment. But I'm working about another payments or another platforms of the payments. But a PayPal in the North America, in the South America is the same. It's a main platform from the payments. It's ready to work with a PayPal in the Texas conference. Example, I'm here in the Florida conference, and they have one e-tracker. It's like a one online campery. They can register online. They can pay by PayPal. And see, the screen, it's very simple. I can select all my members or the specific members. See, the price changing. And when I click in the payment button, I will redirect it to PayPal page, the PayPal page payment. It's a good thing because the system doesn't charge or maintain or save the date example or credit card dates or the payment dates, because when I click in the payment button, I will redirect to the PayPal page, and there in the PayPal page will pay this register or this event, okay? But in the CMS page, it's a very, very simple registration. I can select everybody, or I can select some members. Example, I have one one list of the members not released because in this event, they have some rules. And because these rules, these members was available to this event. It's a good thing. Each conference can create their events with especially or personalized rules. It's a good thing for the conference, and you can register online. If you have all the members registered, you need only to choose, and that's it. In 5 seconds, you can register your members in one event. Perfect. No, it's a good thing. Inventory, it's one module. In this module, you have two sub-modules. Inventory, it's one module to control the items in your club. Example, tents, stuff for the kitchen or the camp, electronic stuff. So you have a lot of things in your club, materials, specific and exclusive materials in your club. In this case, you can register item by item with a picture included, and you can manage these parts, these items in your club in one special mode. Included after this, you can manage the load. Example, I have 20 tents in my club. I have one tent, and I can share with Rodrigo, but Rodrigo needs to return this tent in 10 days. Okay, I can control, I can set one warning about this, and the system will show me one warning about this information. This inventory model, it's a good thing. Oh, first of all, I need to show you about a first page. I forgot this part. You have a shortcut, because this shortcut, it's main functions in the system. Example, register the members, the events, the treasury things, the ranking, the activities, and the support. The support is a good news. I will share my support with you, but NID takes two advanced source company in the process of the support. The advanced source will share their team with you, giving a support for the clubs. I'm giving a support for the advanced source and the conference, and we are preparing and working about manuals or tutorials, but we have one manual now, but I'm working one better manual or tutorial by modules, because it's better for you, because now you have one big manual or a big tutorial about all the system, but advanced source working with me in one new process of tutorial or manual. You have a message. It's a good thing because, example, NID, your union, your conference can send you a message by this part. The system can send your message specific and automatically message to you by this part. This classification, because one person sent me individual one question about this. Rodrigo, what is this classification? I respond now about this. Classification, it's not a ranking. It's not like a conference ranking. The classification of CMS, it's one classification about a use of the system. Each module that you use, example, if you insert your members, the medical form, sterling volunteer, treasury, inventory, ranking, each module you can get or you can receive more stars, until 5 stars in the system. It's one classification, but it's one classification about a use of the system, not about activities. If you did one special activity or participated in one event, no. The ranking of the CMS, it's a ranking about a use of the CMS, okay? It's a forum. You can insert your message, request, one doubt, one share. Example, you can share information or materials with another directors in the North American division. In this part, you can see the calendar from the conference. Okay, I need to go because the time is it's bad with me.
Rodrigo, there's a
okay.
couple questions. Do you want to start answering or?
No, if you can wait to final.
To the end, right?
Yeah, to the end, yes. Library, classes and honors. You can see, you can read these texts by the classes, Pathfinders and Adventures classes. Honors the same. You can read, you can, example, I'm open one. Let me see. Postcards. What is this? I can see example the text about a one class, a specific honor. My connection is bad in this moment. Yes, you can see include the image, the logo about the honor. You can see the requirements. You can see the skill level and the original content, the link of the original content. It's a good thing to consult, to read, to print, everything. The ranking, I know that you talk about this. Secretary for me, it's a main module in the club level system, okay? Because secretary module, you have cards, calendar, class, documents, honors, members, transfer, and virtual card internal submodules. But in the secretary, the main submodule is members. Why, Rodrigo? Because in this internal submodule, you need to register, or you can register your members, okay? You can register your medical forms. You can see the Sterling volunteer expiration, the request about this. You can set a password for another members, your leadership. Of course, this part depends on conference or coordinator permission, but one club can set one password, example for one secretary, and they can call one coordinator or the conference, and they request, hey, I need to club level, club modules for my secretary, but I set the password. You can release the modules for you, or for him, or for her, okay, that's it. No, go ahead, no problem. No, because this it's a members, it's a main module or submodule in the secretary. But you have an awards submodule. Example, in the Pathfinder's case, you have a Pathfinder Excellence Award. You can register this information from them. You can set your calendar. You can insert your dates in the system. You can see in green, example, the conference dates. You can see in the red, the coordinator dates. You can see in blue, your dates, your club's activities, okay? Your club activities. You can see by this view, I can see by this list, you can print by all the year in one page, okay? It's a good thing for you. You can see everything about your club, about your conference, about your coordination in one page. You can set, or you can insert the classes of your members, the honors in the same things. You can generate the specific reports by period, by dates, by year, by one specific honor or classes. Example, how many classes we did in the last year, how many honors he did, the specific honors, how many people did these specific honors in the last year, in the last month. You can generate a lot of reports. Transfer, it's another function or tool in your system. Example, one adventure, finish your period in the adventure club. The adventure club can transfer this adventure member to a one Pathfinder club, and everything about this member, the events that this kid participate, the classes, the honors, everything will migrate to the new club. And the new club can receive this information and they can work with one nice story about this member. Okay, it's a good thing. Example, I have one leader or one master guide in one club, I can transfer to another club. In the future, friends, Pastor Tenorio, everybody, in the future, I have one person in Dallas, but this guy changed it to Boston. Okay, the club of the Dallas can transfer to club of the Boston, this member, this profile, and everything about this person to the Boston club. It's a good thing. It's a good tool in the system. Virtual card, friends, master guide friends. Virtual card, it's a nice tool to the master guide virtual card or class. You can do online your class. You can follow your members by this model. Example, you have one master guide club and you have members working in your club doing master guide class. And because this, you can see item by item, requisite by requisite, what they are doing in the class, but by virtual mode, by a virtual model, by this virtual submodel in this way. Okay, you have more things. Example, tools, birthdays by month. You can generate a report. You can see everybody by month. You can see the contacts, but I know the personal data, but the simple data. Example, I need to talk with one director in California because I need to transfer one member to them. Okay, I can type or I can write one message by the system, internal by the system, and this person will receive this message there in another club. Okay, it's one Facebook, one internal or private message by the system. It's a good thing too. Email message, it's one like a, how can I say, newsletter. It's a one newsletter submodel. Example, I have all the members from my clubs registered with emails, the parents, the friends of the club, the staff, the example master guide members. I can send a message to them by the system. Included, I don't need my email account. I don't need to access my personal email account, example, Hotmail or I don't know, Google account. No, you can send the message by the system because internal inside the system have one specific server to send a message. But at this part, it's restricted. It's private. Sorry. Example: the clubs can send a message for their members. The conference can send a message only the directors. The union can send a message only the staff of the conference. Each level have rules about this email messaging or newsletter. But about a clubs, you can send a message for all your members. Okay, it's a good because example, you have one parents reunion, you have one camp, you have informations, and you need to send to them all the informations by email. Report generator, it's one model. We are working about this because sometimes the directors can send me or send me a message, Rodrigo, I think I need one report that show me the average of the age from my kids, from my Pathfinder or my adventures, or I need one report about a unit or one report. Sometimes I can create a new report in this report generator, okay? Treasury models, I can manage the bills to pay, to receive, the balance, the cash flow. I can generate a report by period, by year. I can see the old times, the older times, how much I have in my cash, an example. I can generate or I can control the annual payment, example, or monthly payment if you works with a monthly payment in your club. Example, Rodrigo is a one Pathfinder kid. Okay, how much Rodrigo paid? How much Rodrigo will pay to the club? You can see everything about this, okay? In the reports by person or by account or by status. You can see by colors, and that's it. Pastor, I think is that I can show in these minutes, but I think it's one overview about the system, what you can do, what you can access, what you can generate, export, insert. It's a one overview, but when you receive your account, you can explore better, you can know better the system, and of course you have a support, you have a tutorials, you have a manual, and I think in the next week we have one specific and exclusively chat for the directors by the advancers or from the advancers. That's it, my friend.
Okay,
Whoa.
Rodrigo.
Lot of
These are all the questions that I collected. There's a lot of questions.
Oh my God.
I don't know if we can go through all of these questions. I think Pastor Tenorio has already answered many of
Yes,
these in the chat.
probably. Yeah.
I don't know what the best way to do this is,
Oh,
but
good.
maybe we can just, I don't know if you want to
I will try
start
to
going through these
respond
questions.
fast.
Yeah, okay, let's go. First one. Did you
First
say
one.
that Texas Conference has access to this? Somebody tried to request new account, but they didn't see that.
Yeah,
So you,
yeah.
I think already.
Yeah, no, that page login.
Okay.
The login page it's the first screen that I show them.
Right.
About this, listen,
Mhm.
Texas Conference was waiting this training. And after this training, the Texas Conference will share with you this possibility. You can
Right.
you can do your register,
Right.
you can access that page, but I think Pastor Tenorio have
He said a couple months,
in
something
his
like
mind
that, right?
when
Yes.
he
So
available
Pastor
is.
Tenorio will let us know when it's available for us to test.
Yes, I think.
Right. Second question is, if the name of Sterling changes or we change the volunteer background and educator, will this program be updated?
Yes, because the both are integrated, are working together. Example,
Okay.
if a Sterling volunteer block one user in the CMS, the same, block it.
So it's in sync. Sterling volunteer and CMS are in sync.
Working together, yeah.
Working together, perfect. Okay, third question. Is this CMS system going to be used to register for area events as well, or is it just for
probably
conference?
It's a one question by coordinator.
Okay.
Yes, coordinator.
Yes.
Yes, you can work with area events, not only conference events. It's a good thing for you.
Excellent. Cool. All right. Question number 4. What would we be able to register with the area as well using this platform? I think that's the same question as before. So, so maybe maybe
I
this one
think
is
it's
talking
account.
specifically about area events. The other one is talking specifically about area.
About account, I think it's a question.
Right.
Um, about a coordinator's account, I think, I don't know, I don't have sure, but I think Iris created or registered the coordinators yet. I think so.
Okay.
Iris was working about this.
Okay, we'll get some more detailed information about that one.
Yeah.
The next one, it says it's not the same question. It was Ginger that put the question in. I was talking about registering our club with the area each year. So maybe registering each club with the area, not necessarily registering the club with the conference, but with the area. So that's I guess that's the question. Because this was talking more about events. This is more just talking about local club registering with the area.
Yeah, about this, if the system will be able to register the new clubs, no. The clubs can register only by conference, not by
to the conference.
coordinator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The next question, can we find our area coordinators' contact information in this system? Will we be able to find that?
No.
No. Okay.
No. Only if it's your coordinator, but not another coordinator. Yes.
Maybe this is question about. So I don't know how it is in your country, but each area has their group of coordinators. Will we be able to find
No, it's
that area's coordinator?
Yes, the same. But the clubs can see the coordinator's contact, but they can't to see the other coordinators, the other area example. Only the himself's coordinator.
Okay, I think okay. We can get some more detailed information about that.
Yes, I need to think better about this because NID
very specific questions.
Yes, NID have one big list to discuss with me, and that list have coordinators subjects.
Okay. Okay. Question number 6. If we already certified our club for 2020 and 21, will our club certification transfer over to this new system automatically?
Oh no,
I don't know.
Sorry. No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Number 7. Can we send monthly reports through this system?
Of course. Monthly. The period the conference can choose what is when you need to send the reports.
Okay. Question number 8. Will the system void old director access and or inherit credentials to a new director if a new one is elected? So how is that transfer of old director to new director going to happen? How does that happen?
Each conference works with a different rules, but example, talking about Florida experience, there they block everybody in one specific date of the year. They block every user, all the users of the clubs. And if the director, example, if one director he elected, they can request reactivate your account. If the old director he left the club, okay, gone, okay, the new director can request a new account.
Got it. Okay, number 9. I know we're running a little short on time. So number 9. So the advent source registration is going to be a substitute by this program. Is this going to be locally used by the local conferences?
Hard question. I don't know, but in this moment, advanced source will be a support team in the project, and the training team and they need statistics by the system about honors and classes example. Until this moment, that's it. But in the future, I think so, yes, probably. But I don't have this information confirmed in this moment.
Okay. I think there are some questions, several, that are regarding payment. Maybe if you can go a little bit more into detail about the different payment options that we have.
Yes, it's
So
another
like
hard question.
bank account, PayPal, credit card. What are the options for payment that we're gonna have with this new system?
Yes, about this, I know that example, Caroline Conference, they don't work with a PayPal. Why? Because they have one thing called, I don't, church check, I think. I don't know what is the name, but
Okay.
there they work with a church check. And
Okay.
because they can't work with a PayPal because the church doesn't have one PayPal account. And that's it. Each conference will be choosing the better way by this method of payment.
Okay. All right. One other question, not related to payment. Who will be updating the library content?
NID. NID
NAD.
and advancers, yes. The
Okay.
contents from them.
Okay. Great. Question 13. Will this system keep track of which honors were completed by the Pathfinders? It'll keep track of all their honors? I think that's the question.
So this keep track.
Or maybe which Pathfinders completed all the honors? I may be looking at it from two different perspectives. Like for this honor, which Pathfinders completed it? Or maybe looking at it from this Pathfinder, if you look at this Pathfinder, what honors did he complete? Maybe that's that question.
The system works in this way. Example, honors only when the person complete everything. It's only if in the done case, okay, he done, he did register. But in the classes, it's different because in the classes, I can follow item by item, requisite by requisite. And when one person finished one class, automatically these classes will be available to register. But honors, no. Honors only the simple registers.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Who will have access to see the master guide progress? Maybe the progress of the requirements that the master guides have. Who's going to have access to that?
Only the master guide club.
Master guide club.
The coordinator in the conference, they just can see only the statistics, not the names or by person. Only the general statistics, but the master guide clubs can see person by person.
Cool. All right. Getting down to the last few. This is maybe more of a comment. Please approve this master guide virtual card. It would be a great resource for those who want to complete requirements and do not have an active club at the local level.
I wait the same. But anyway, are excited with this too. Probably we work with this.
Great. Okay. This is more of a general question about, I don't know if it's just specifically Brazil, but is this in use can you tell us a little bit about where it's being used actively right now in either South America or Brazil?
Let me show you one website with you about our statistics in the South America. I will share in English. I will share in the chat.
Oh, okay. Okay, you can do that.
See, I share with one link with you. In this, you can see all the statistics in the 80 countries in the South American division. Yes.
So this is
Here,
actively being used.
yes, only the active clubs and members.
Okay.
Okay, and you can see the statistics by the countries, by the states, cities, and every places. Yes, all the South America division use this system. It's required,
Wow.
not optional. It's required here in the South America.
Wow.
One
So
club.
in South America, there's probably almost 12,000 or so,
Yeah,
10 to 12,000 clubs
yeah.
that are actively using the system.
Yeah, but the good news is, let me show you, because Rodrigo, but and in the our case, okay, you have one find a club. That's it.
Okay. Okay. So in the US, these are the
Yes,
clubs that are currently using it. Is that what you're saying?
we are starting, but in 1
Wow.
year, I hope this number will be
Wow.
very, very
Cool.
different.
Excellent. Excellent. All
Okay.
right. We have a few more minutes. Let's
Okay.
see. The next one is, I think this question has already been answered because of what we just saw. The question was, if the NAD has purchased this, does it scale well? And it looks like it scales pretty well.
Yes.
There's, you know,
Yeah.
over 12,000 clubs
the
that
plan.
are using it. So it
This
looks
is a
pretty
plan.
good. Great. And then I think this last one was also related to payment. Do people pay online so that it goes into the system? I think that's a payment question.
No, the digital payments, no, only in the deposit case example, when I can insert one picture, but it's one simple method, but the digital payment, no, always it's outside from the system.
Okay.
How the
And then we
master.
will have 2 more questions. So which reports are sent? And then how will the master guides be invested through virtual completion without any report? So that's a question.
Well,
Those will be
the
the last 2
first,
questions. Yeah.
well, which reports they are sent? Which reports of what? Ranking?
I'm not sure exactly. Monthly activity reports, maybe?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Ranking,
activity reports.
ranking,
Okay.
yes, they can send. The other,
Okay.
how the master guide will be invested through virtual. Yes, in the NID, I don't know how. I'm talking about a South American experience. Here, when one person finished one virtual card, the leader, the conference director received one message. Hey, you have one leader, and this leader finished the virtual card. And the director will decide what is happening with this. I will do the how can I say the ceremony? I don't know. The master guide ceremony.
Maybe investiture or something
Investiture,
like that?
yes.
Investiture.
Yeah. And the conference director decides, okay, I will invest, or no, okay, he finished, but I can't to approve this. Sometimes happens.
Okay. Awesome. Well,
people,
thank you so much, Rodrigo.
I need to take a picture with you, people. For
Okay, so let's
my memory.
maybe we can do this. If everybody can turn on their cameras, let's try to take a picture. We say 100 people. Let's everybody have their cameras on. And we'll take a picture.
One historic picture. And people, thank you. Sorry, so sorry about my English, my poor English, but you are awesome, fantastic, because you have patience. And I think in the next experience you're meeting, will be personal meeting, I think. After this, everything happens with our life. But thank you. God bless you.
Pastor Tenorio, we're gonna take a quick picture. So
Oh,
we've asked everybody to turn their videos on. Maybe you can unmute yourself and give us better instructions. I'm not very good at this. So, all right.
Pastor Tenorio, thank you, Master.
Yeah, that's not how, especially not on the live Facebook and YouTube. I was trying to teach Rodrigo that we don't call somebody else master in English,
Yeah.
right?
But I still talking master.
No.
Okay.
But I would say thank you, Rodrigo, for taking the time of showing this to us. Probably 5-6 months ago, Rodrigo came to Texas and taught this program to all of our coordinators and their staff. So thank you once again. This is almost becoming a reality for us, and we are excited to be able to transition. Thank you as well to you guys for hanging in there. I know it's 4 hours on a Sabbath afternoon after eating that much food. It can be tough, but you've made it. You survive, okay? And so see you tomorrow at what time, everybody? 9 a.m. That is right, 9 a.m. So, yeah.
Why don't we do everybody, I don't know, wave or something, and then we'll take a quick screenshot. Ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right.
How do you take a picture of 100 people?
I was only able to get whatever this number is, 49 or something like that. So maybe I'll get the next ones in the next screen.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you. All right.
By the way, before you end the live stream, so that other people that have not been able to attend this or the live stream, each class has been recorded and it will be uploaded to our YouTube channel for the benefit of those that would like to pause and play each class. So keep that in mind so you can communicate to the rest of the leaders. Thank you. And thank you, Key. He's done an amazing job hosting all of this.
Thank you, Key, for your support.